in balls to read.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, 2-0.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere, concentration. And they are champions once again.
In bowls to read. Against Gloucestershire. It is day 2. You haven't been asleep. 67 overs will be played today. A delayed start on day 2 as well. Tea will be at 4:10. I'll quickly, if I can find it, there it is. If I can quickly run through the Derbyshire changes. I won't go through the whole team. That's just tedious, really. Mitch Wagstaff makes his first-class debut for Derbyshire. He's in place of Matt Lamb, who has a little bit of a stiff back. We saw him holding his back against Leicestershire. Alex Thompson replaces Mark Watt, so off-spinner for left-arm spinner. And Suranga Lakmal is back. Missed the last 3 games, I think. He has replaced Zach Chappell, Derbyshire's leading wicket-taker this season. He's being rested, presumably with what's happening in 8 days' time, the T20 getting underway. So that's the team news. As far as Derbyshire are concerned, I'm delighted. I'm Dave Fletcher, by the way, if you hadn't already realised. Delighted to welcome Ed Seaborn to the commentary box. Never worked with Ed, heard a lot about him. He's an award winner, so what could possibly go wrong? Ed, how are you?
Well, I think it's probably a bit like wines, isn't it? Everything wins an award when you buy a bottle of wine. But
well,
anyway,
eventually, at some point, everybody in the world will win an award. But you've won one recently. That's all. That was the intimation there. But no, it's good to have you here.
Thank you, and it's good to be here. The last time I was here was in about 2007, when the pitch was the other way around. So it's been a while.
It has been a while.
Between times in Derby. For Gloucestershire, they've got 2 changes to their side that managed to scrape a draw against Sussex last time out. One of those is enforced, with Ollie Price missing due to university commitments. So Ben Charlesworth comes into the side, and you'd imagine he'll probably take up Ollie Price's spot in that lower middle order somewhere. I would imagine probably 6, but we'll see. Who knows? Maybe he might come in a bit further up the order. We'll just have to wait on that. And the other change is Matt Taylor is back fit, and so he is into the side for, well, I suppose not necessarily directly for his brother, but his brother is missing this game, Jack Taylor, and Matt Taylor comes in. So there's a left-arm seam option for Gloucestershire available. Still no David Payne, of course, who's hoping to be fit and ready back for the blast. So for the first time this season, it is a 4-pronged seam attack for Gloucestershire, with Ajit Singh Dale keeping his place, and Marchand de Lange, and Tom Price, and Matt Taylor, with Zafar Gohar providing his spin, and Ben Charlesworth playing also potentially adds that extra seam option there as well, because Charlesworth has been doing some bowling in the warm-ups, so we may see a bit of him as well.
I wonder if we'll need 4 seamers. The pitch is green. It's not as green as it was at 8:30 this morning when they took the covers off, because they have trimmed it since then, but I don't think they've trimmed a lot off. But pitches here at Derby haven't played like green pitches when they have been green looking, so that's worth bearing in mind. But Marchand de Lange might extract something from it, because well, we've seen him before. I'm scared. Harry Kame is to open the batting with Haider Ali, and Harry Kame will be on strike.
Yeah, as we've said many times before, Marchand de Lange is a lovely man unless you are 22 yards away from him. So Harry Kame, Haider Ali opening the batting. Harry Kame to face the first ball from de Lange. It's back of the length and dropped away into the ground on the offside, and there's no run to start us off.
Excellent. At least we've seen some cricket now. The lights are on, incidentally, here at Derby. It is gloomy. I'm not sure there's a threat of rain, but I refuse to 100% rule it out, because the rain that we had yesterday morning first thing wasn't in the forecast, but it effectively wiped the day out. And then there was more rain yesterday afternoon, which was even worse than the rain that we'd had in the morning. It was just very, very unpleasant yesterday in the ground staff. Quick word to Neil Godrich and his team have worked wonders to get this match on, I think.
Yep, they really have. Extraordinary amounts of water. As de Lange bowls edged, and it's off the hands of third slip and down to the boundary for 4 runs. A one-handed effort there at third slip from, I believe, Miles Hammond, and he's tipped it in the end round the corner. Really tricky chance. It went quickly, Hammond getting just that right hand on it, but it still flew to the boundary. So plenty of pace from de Lange, finding the edge, but they've gone with 3 slips and a gully rather than the 4 slips, and as a consequence,
good effort.
Well, you have to say,
it's a good effort, wasn't it?
It's not really a drop, is it?
No. I mean, it would go down. Now they're closing the door, and the horse has indeed already bolted. They've got a 4 slip in, but terrific effort from Miles Hammond to get his hand to it, really.
Yeah, it was terrific reactions because they were in fairly close still.
And it was shifting.
So it is 4 slips and a gully, and there are only 2 fielders now on the leg side at mid-on and at fine leg. Here is Marchand de Lange bowling full and straight. Forward goes Harry Kane to defend the ball up to mid-off, and there's no run. So 4 runs on the board for Derbyshire already inside this first over. Hands in pockets out there. Not every Gloucestershire fielder's got the sweater on. So not the full cable net anyway, but it's cool enough. Gloomy but not raining. De Lange in and bowls, and that's dropped away off the front foot still by Kane down towards backward point or wide gully, and there's no run. Van Buren, the skipper there in the gully, wouldn't have had much hesitation, I don't think, about deciding to bowl first after winning the toss. Either side would have no doubt done the same. Green pitch, been under cover for over a day and a half now. De Lange races in, past the umpire, is there now and bowls. A good leave from Kane. Rising delivery just outside his off stump. And through it goes to James Bracey. So with no Jack Taylor, change of personnel in that slip cordon. Ben Charlesworth is fielding at first slip. Chris Dent is at second. Hammond at third. And Marcus Harris at fourth, with Van Buren in a really quite short and quite wide gully position. De Lange bowls to Kame, who flicks it away down towards fine leg. There will be a single taken. Slightly wayward throw comes in from Dale, but it's secured by Bracey, and 5 runs have come from the first over, but a chance immediately created by Gloucestershire at the edge, going off the hands of Hammond. So Kane will keep the strike as well and deny Haider Ali his first ball, and get the question answered as to who would take that new ball with Marchand de Lange, and it will be Tom Price. I'm sure there would have been too much of a real discussion over that. I mean, Matt Taylor has taken the new ball in the past. Actually, Dale's taken the new ball a couple of times last season. I think he may have taken it once this season already, but it will be Tom Price from the far end as we look at it, with 3 slips and a gully.
I'm back.
Same field
like
as
I'd never been away.
for De Lange to start with.
Price then, from the city end, bowls to Haider Ali, who tries to muscle. Well, he does muscle it into the leg side. He's going to get 2, if not 3 runs. I think they'll settle for 2. I'm very disappointed in the Gloucestershire sweaters, incidentally. 7 without loss, because, of course, when they've got sweaters on, I've no idea who they are.
Indeed.
Which is not good, because I haven't seen Gloucestershire for a couple of years.
Yeah, where there hasn't been a
No.
fixture at all since 2019, has there?
No,
Not even
so
a
it's
50-over game or
even
something like
more
that.
than that. So my apologies, because I like to know who these people are, but I've got absolutely no idea. Price in again and balls to Haider Ali, who dabs that down into the ground. It bounces wide of off stump, but it does go behind him, which isn't necessarily ideal. But he survives, and they remain 7 without loss. 1 or 2 people deciding that now that there is some cricket on, they might as well arrive at the County Ground. Those who've been here since 10 o'clock, congratulations. There's no prize, of course, but well done to you for sitting it out. At least we were in the media centre, which is relatively warm. I think it's still quite chilly out there. As Price bowls to Ali and squares him up. To Harry Kane, rather, and squares him up. That one goes down to very wide third man. 3 are chasing. They come back for a third, and rather helpfully, it's Miles Hammond, who isn't wearing a sweater, who picks the ball up and returns it. And Derbyshire race on to 10 without loss. This game's already moved on.
It is. Oh, it has to be said nowadays. Whenever there's a high run rate, it must be Bazball.
Oh no! Don't go there. For goodness' sake, that's a very early mention. A very early mention of Bazball, Ed, if you don't mind me saying.
7 runs off the outside edge so far, and it must be Bazball.
Well, yes, there is that. Somebody who's here for the 3 days has just arrived by the look of it in a camper van. It comes Price again, and that one is played nicely off the back foot out into the offside by Haider, and they'll come back for 2. They do. Haider is off the mark with a couple.
Quite settled into his rhythm yet, Tom Price, despite it was a fair controlled outside edge from Kame, unlike off De Lange in the first over, but I'm sure he'll be wanting to bounce back, Tom Price, after a really rare outing where he didn't pick up a wicket against Sussex.
He's in again now, bowling from the city end, bowls to Hayder, who gets one very high up on his bat, looks at the splice, ball goes out into the gully region. I'll start concentrating properly, and I'll soon pick up these names.
Zafar Gohar at backward point.
Excellent, thank you very much. I will, because unfortunately, as much as I'm sure it's very entertaining, I didn't hear most of the first hour because I was listening to the news at Radio Derby. I don't like missing bulletins. Badge of honour. Final ball of the Price over. Oh, and it goes past the edge of Hayder's bat and through to wicketkeeper James Bracey. He's easy to spot, but he's not wearing a sweater. He might as well wear one. 12 without loss after 2 overs. Harry Kame has 10. Hayder Ali has 2. And just to reiterate, for any late arrivals, I'm sure that Ed will do the same, although I've lost my piece of paper. Mitch Wagstaff makes his first-class debut. He comes in place of Matt Lamb. Alex Thompson replaces Mark Watt, who was left out of the squad that was announced a couple of days ago. And Saranga Lakmal returns. Good to see Saranga back with his beaming, smiling face. He replaces Zach Chappell, who's been rested.
Here comes De Lange to start his second over, and that's worked away through mid-wicket by Harry Kame, and they will sprint back for a pretty comfortable 2 runs. Matt Taylor on the pursuit. Cap goes flying as he throws the ball in, and it's 14 without loss. Tom Price now in the gully after Van Buren was in there. So Tom Price at that quite wide-ish gully position. Really a position you normally find a fast bowler in, but he's manning it. De Lange approaches and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and there's nothing on it, and it goes through to James Bracey. Still trying to settle into something of a rhythm, Gloucestershire, because Graham Van Buren mentioned this in his interview with me at the end of the Sussex game. It just feels as if every time they can get into some sort of a rhythm with a couple of days cricket in a row, along comes another day where they don't get anything at all, or it's severely disrupted. I don't think we've had more than 2 days consecutive cricket so far this season. De Lange bowls, rising delivery, allowed to pass through to Bracey around about shoulder height. He takes it, and the score remains 14 for no wicket.
8 full days now, plus all the rest of the assorted bits and pieces, isn't it, that you've lost, which is remarkable, really. I mean, we've all watched and in almost disbelief for that Yorkshire game from afar.
Well, yeah, I mean, as I said, really, I'll come back to that. De Lange bowls, full-length delivery, pushed up to mid-on by Kame for no run. He turned up on day 1 of that Yorkshire match, having seen pictures of the ground and the immense amount of water there was, and they'd managed to clear the surface water off. So you just wonder whether there might be the possibility of something like here, where you might start middle of day 2 or something, or at least get some sort of cricket in over the weekend, some sort of bonus point race. De Lange, next delivery, clipped firmly through mid-wicket. This will test the outfield, but it's been timed so well, even a slow outfield would see it go for 4. Nice shot from Kame, and he moves on to 16 from just 14 deliveries. 18 without loss. But turning up on day 1 here and seeing the amount of water there was, it looked so much worse than that game against Yorkshire that my first thought as I got through the gate was we could be seeing another 4 days of nothing. But thankfully, it's drained, or has been able to drain away, and the ground staff have cleared it all up twice effectively, because as Dave Fletcher was mentioning, we had that deluge yesterday, and we were back to square 1. Short ball this time from De Lange. It's helped down to fine leg by Harry Kame, and another run onto the board. Just 3 overs gone. Derbyshire 19 without loss. What was all the fuss about? Losing the toss and going in and batting under grey skies with the floodlights on. It's easy, clearly.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's that easy, but yeah, it's been a good start by Derbyshire. So I'm just getting messages about Johnny Smith. Genuinely, I've just had a message about Johnny Smith, who's now being linked with Tranmere by my by my daughter's boyfriend, who's a Tranmere season ticket holder. It looks like he's leaving Burton. 19 without loss, Derbyshire. Price is in again, and that's defended by Harry Kame, straight back towards the bowler. And there is no run. That's my alter ego in the winter, is the Burton Albion commentator. I get changed in a phone box generally to do those games. Turn into Mr. Burton Albion.
What's a phone box?
Sorry, yes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't know what on earth. I haven't commentated with anybody this young for a long time. Prize balls, there aren't that many of us on the circuit, or of you on the circuit. There's lots of us. That one is defended by Kame as well.
That's all right. I just have to have my
You
digs every now and then.
You keep going, absolutely.
Keep digging.
Absolutely. I'll just make a note of them.
But your name is going on the list.
There will be retribution at some point.
I'm sure.
Over the next, hopefully, 2 2/3 days of cricket. Still enough for a match to be completed, I would have thought. Price bowls to Kame, turns this one into the leg side this time. It's rather a bit like Leicestershire. Well, Leicestershire had tops and trousers that were different colours. At least the Gloucestershire kit is ridiculously white, like Derbyshire's was a few years ago. I don't like it.
I was going to say, are you a whites or a creams?
No, I'm a creams man. But the sweaters are sort of traditional cream-coloured sweaters, which I think look slightly incongruous with the white. Anyway, it's just something that exercises me greatly. Kame turns his next delivery to square leg. And again, there's no run.
I never realised how strongly, I say never, I mean, I hadn't realised until fairly recently quite how strongly people felt about the whites versus creams debate, because everybody I talk to now seems to have an opinion on it, and I don't know, it doesn't seem to affect me too much.
It might just be us old people, of course.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was somebody even younger than me I was talking to this.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Price in, and Paulson Kame, who just... Well, he shapes to pull his bat away. I don't think he did it in time. That was a good delivery. Goes through to Bracey. He definitely had a nibble at that one.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to work out exactly what the right length is for this pitch. Price so far has got his greatest reward when he's bowled it more of a good length rather than a really full length. But obviously, you want to bring those stumps into play. So I think it's just a matter of a bit of trial and error in these first few overs just to see exactly where they want to settle in on.
Final ball of the Price over is pushed into the offside this time by Harry Kame. And again, there is no run. 19 without loss after 4. Derbyshire, who were put into bat by Gloucestershire when they won the toss at around about 1:30 on day 2, remarkably. It's very warm in this press box. I don't know what. Well, I think it is in this commentary box, but it might be something to do with the fleece that I'm wearing. I don't think it's quite as warm outside. There's an awful lot of people, certainly in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground, who look... it's all the dark colours, isn't it?
Oh,
So
yes.
the winter coats are still very much in evidence.
A huddled look.
Yes.
So everybody in that stand over there. A few people milling about on the balcony. Over there still... well wrapped up. DeLange's waving about at people, and it seems as if nothing's actually happening. Eventually, the slips cotton on to exactly what that hand signal was supposed to be for. He sort of waved his hand above his head, and eventually the 3 slips worked out he wanted them to be a bit wider. DeLange in and bowling to Haider Ali, who's forward in defence. Van Buren will pick up from mid-off. There's no run. Had a slightly surreal walk into the ground yesterday. This morning's was far less eventful, but I walked underneath the underpass on one of the main roads that goes over the Derwent.
Yes.
There were some lads under the bridge.
Hello.
DeLange bowls, struck on the pad. It's a little high, though, so it's a strangled shout. Umpire not very interested.
But yes, they were smoking something that they probably shouldn't have been smoking. But I decided not to point that out to them.
No,
I
not
thought,
probably wise.
as long as I end up alive after having walked underneath this bridge, I'll be quite happy.
Derby sound like the Wild West at the moment, but
Well, I mean, you know, for somebody as soft as me, it's a bit of a worry. Umpire's got his arm out, to say De Lange can't bowl, and Gloucestershire were still gesturing around as he took it away. Next delivery comes in, it's off the thigh pad and drops softly down into the onside, and it will allow them to come through for a leg bye. So that brings the score up to 20 without loss. But after having watched me for a little bit, they were speculating as to what exactly I might have in my suitcase.
Oh.
Eventually, they settled on the fact that it must be a dead body. So I decided not to suggest that they could join the body in there if they wanted. De Lange bowls outside the off stump, no strike from Harry Kane through to Bracey. So yes, I mean, you know, there are rivers which be sort of vaguely romantic to be found dead at the bottom of. I'm not sure the Derwent's necessarily one of them. You know, the Seine or the Danube or something maybe.
Yes.
But not the Derwent.
They'd probably be more romantic. Yeah.
Anyway, I made it somehow. De Lange is in and bowls. And is there a nick on that one? Gloucestershire think there is. The umpire doesn't. They all go up. And now they all stand around in disbelief that the decision hasn't been given. And the umpire has just signalled that he thinks that it has flicked his shirt or pocket, something like that. And I don't know, they all looked as though they were aghast, but actually the body language after the decision wasn't given led me to believe they didn't actually necessarily believe that it was out.
Just tugged at his coat again there. By a Chantry at this end.
Tall man. Chantry, even taller than De Lange, who passes him now, and struck on the body is Kame as he tried to work it into the leg side, misses it, and it goes out into the offside for no run, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden over from De Lange. There was a leg bye from it after 5. Derbyshire 20 for no wicket.
Excellent news that more and more players are taking sweaters off. Matt Taylor's removed his now. Whether that means he's going to bowl or not soon, I'm not sure, but he's removed his sweater. So slowly but surely the players are revealing themselves as far as my commentary is concerned, which can only be a good thing. This is Tom Price from the City end bowling to Haider Ali, who defends that one straight back. Neil Bainton is the other umpire. They're fairly easy to distinguish between the two umpires. They're completely different shapes. They might have the same body mass, but they're completely different shapes, so that's good. Some umpires, when they're all wearing the same hats and coats and everything, it's very difficult to tell which one's
especially nowadays, because there seem to be so many kind of tall, former, sort of fast, medium
bowlers. A lot
bowlers.
of bowlers, aren't they? Yeah. Haider Ali has just removed his gloves to tie his bootlaces up, and now he's apologised, I think, to Tom Price, who was made to wait there. He's only got 2 off 7, Haider Ali. This is un-Haider Ali-like. As Price bowls to him and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Charlesworth with an ooh at first slip.
Odd to see Charlesworth at first slip, really. I think he was fielding there when he played for the seconds, but he's had such shoulder trouble. I think they've pretty much decided at the young age that he is already. He's just going to be somebody who's going to have to settle himself into that slip cordon.
Well, Harry Kane was practicing the catching at first slip as Haider Ali turns the next delivery into the leg side, sets off for a single that isn't there, and is immediately sent back by Kane. In the opening couple of matches, Ben Aitchison, who is one of the quick bowlers, who hasn't played the last 2 matches, including this one, he is very much the first slip fielder. So he didn't play against Leicestershire, and as a result, it was Mark Watt fielding at first slip. Now he's not playing, so they'll need a first slip because Wayne Madsen likes to field at second slip. Leicester Ploy, who had been fielding at first slip last season, is now the captain and fields at mid-off. As Price is in to Haider, who struck on the pad, big appeal gone. The finger is up from Neil Bainton. He was playing quite an aggressive shot across the line, really, Haider Ali, and now he practices a defensive shot. Gloucestershire have the breakthrough. And Haider Ali didn't look like Haider Ali out there. He took some time, well, he was taking time to get going. And Tom Price strikes in just his 3rd over, and Derbyshire are 20 for 1.
Didn't take Neil Bainton very long there. I mean, that looked absolutely dead. Looking at it on the replay, it struck him in front of off stump, and his feet have gone nowhere. I mean, that is crashing into the middle of middle. Neil Bainton finger went straight up. So Tom Price gets the first wicket for Gloucestershire, and his well, as I said, really rare outing against Sussex where he went wicketless. He's immediately got one in just his third over here, and his figures against right-handers, I've been mentioning a fair bit this season, but I haven't bothered yet, I'm afraid, to update my stat, but last year he averaged just 18 against right-handed batters in Division 1 as well, on pretty dead pitches. So particularly right-handers Tom Price likes to bowl to, and I suppose he'll probably have a few righties before the first lefty if the batting order that I wrote down is likely to be the one. Deploy Wagstaff, Rees, lefties, but they all seem to be coming in a block in that lower middle order.
Yes, yeah, I think that is pretty much the order. That will be the order. But guess the wicketkeeper comes out at number 3, averaging 22 this season. A high score of 92, which is why he's averaging as high as he is. He's had a number of low scores after a stellar season last season in the second division. So a big test for him under the lights here at the county ground. 2 balls of the Price over left to negotiate. 3 slips and a gully. Price is in and bowls a short of a length ball that is played down into the ground, into the offside by Brooke Guest. And there's no run.
Yes, I mean, other than that, 0 for against Sussex, what most people will know about Tom Price this season, even I suspect most Derbyshire fans.
Oh, go on, I don't know anything about him.
The game against Worcestershire, where he became I believe, the first player in first-class history to score all runs of a century and take a hat-trick on the same day.
Yes, of course. That ball is allowed to go through to the... Yes, I should have known that, really. Allowed to go through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, 20 for 1. Derbyshire now after 6. Haider Ali dismissed in that over. My computer is doing all sorts of ridiculous things, and I'm not sure why. But I do have a mouse that's attached to it in my bag, and I think that might be the reason for the nonsense. You must excuse me.
Well, no, that's all right. I felt very smug, actually, because I updated my computer last night before I came here, and it's always good to get that wretched thing out of the way, because if it's like if anyone else's computer's like mine, as DeLange bowls to Kane, comes forward, prods it up to Tom Price at mid-on, and there's no run. Tom Price is already in, I think, his 3rd different fielding position. Just the 3.1 overs that he hasn't been bowling so far, which doesn't help with Dave Fletcher's player identification when they seem to be playing musical fielding positions.
I've given up, really.
Anyway, yes, if your computer's anything like mine, it just chooses to update whenever it decides. So you could be in the middle of commentating on an over, and then the thing decides to go. As this is driven firmly by Kame. Actually, that's only really a kind of a checked-on drive, but it might well go for 4, and does. Tom Price's pursuit is in vain. Outfield didn't look too slow there, but it was a lovely shot. Just a little on push from Kame, and he moves on to 21, 24 for 1.
Price declined to put in a dive.
Don't blame him.
No, I don't really. Oh, no, I wouldn't. I don't think I ever dived on a cricket field when I was playing. I don't think anybody dived on a cricket field when I was playing. But now one of the bails has blown off. It's a little breezy. I'm not sure it's breezy enough to blow bails off.
I wouldn't have thought so.
It must be really light.
Definitely not kind of thinking heavy bails territory.
No.
DeLange steams in once more. He's there and bowls, edged on the bounce to gully, where Marcus Harris stops it clean, and there's no run. So at the moment, Tom Price's bowling average is 21.2 for the season, 13 wickets. Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker, and his batting average, courtesy of a couple of not outs, yes, but his batting average is 104.5.
Proper all-rounder.
With that 109 against Worcestershire, which is one of the most extraordinary days cricket I think I will ever cover. As the next delivery from DeLange, open-faced glance from Kame, wide of backward point. They'll get 1, thought about a second, but I think wisely decided against it. Zafar Gohar has a good arm, 25 for 1. But at think it was about 11:45 on the first morning at New Road. Gloucestershire were 45 for 7, and the record lowest total for Gloucestershire versus Worcestershire was under threat, which was 55. And it took a couple of hours for us to be looking for the record for the highest score by Gloucestershire number 9. De Lange in and bowls, full and straight pushed into the covers, good running from Brooke Guest, gets off the mark, picked the gap perfectly between the wide mid-off and backward point, and it's 26 for 1. So Price with that 109 scored at pretty much a runner ball as well. It was a brutal assault on the Worcestershire bowlers, and I think really when you've got a side 45 for 7, you're not exactly really prepared for somebody to come out and do what Tom Price did. De Lange bowls, dropped into the leg side. Tom Price across from mid-on to his right to field. End of another over. De Lange's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 18. And Derbyshire 26 for 1 after 7. But, I mean, really, it was amazing how quickly it all happened. From this walking out to the middle, I think it was about 12-ish, maybe a bit after. And by 5 o'clock, century and a hat-trick.
Yes, that is ridiculous, isn't it? Beat that.
Yeah, I mean, and because he's such a humble individual, I don't think he even really knew what to do with himself after the day's play. You wouldn't have known that he'd done
speak
what...
to you for a start, I would imagine.
Well, yeah, there was that.
It's like winning the first prize. Price is here to bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns this backward of square on the leg side. It's fielded down away to our left by Marchant De Lange.
5 Live wanted to talk to him as well.
Did they?
So he was on, poor lad, having done that, he was on the boundary's edge for about 15 minutes, still in his whites after the day's play had finished. I think he obviously thought, well, I might as well, hang on. I think there's been 4 overthrows, whilst I assumed everything was.
Blimey, I think you're
done.
right. I'd stop watching. So Brooke Guest actually picks up 5. You don't see that very often, do you?
No, and I didn't even think that there would be any kind of issue with there being a throw at the stumps.
De Lange just fielded it in a fairly routine manner. Anyway, we'll soon find out when it comes up on. Yep, 5 runs onto the scoreboard. So 30. It's not 31, is it? We'll have to wait. Forgive us.
Yeah, I think it is 31.
I'm going to start concentrating in a minute. Price is in and bowls to Guest, who's going to get more runs here. He's played it out to a straightish mid-wicket. He'll come back for a second. In fact, he's going to get 4. A terrific start to this over for Derbyshire. 9 off the first 2 balls.
It's been bizarre so far.
35 for 1.
Really? I mean, they're scoring at nearly 5 runs per over. But, well, 4 of those absolute gifts. I mean, I've just had a look back. I mean, De Lange just launched into a throw and completely airmailed Bracey. There was no way that they were going to get an extra run or anything like that. There was no need to hurl it in like that. But
I'm glad you spotted it, though, because I completely missed it.
I just didn't think there could possibly be anything other than a routine bit of fielding.
Kane goes back into his stumps and pushes this out into the offside. The next delivery from Price. Harry came on 26 off 31 deliveries. Brooke Guest 6 off 4. So those 5 went to Harry Kane, not to Brooke Guest, of course.
Marchant De Lange obviously thought he was still doing his javelin throw, trying to throw it as far as possible. We used to do the cricket ball throw at primary school. At the Olympics as well, was it?
I'm sure it was in the Olympics. It might not have been. Price bowls and that squared came up and it squirts out into the offside for a single. It may or may not have been in the Olympics.
De Lange would definitely win it if it were a Gloucestershire team throw-off, having trained when he was younger as a javelin thrower. He's got a cannon of an arm, but usually he doesn't throw it over James Bracey's head by about 5 feet like he did that one.
I will find out. I will find out at some point whether the cricket ball throwers in. They used to.
Poetry reading was definitely in there.
Yes, yeah, lots of artistic things were. As Guest defends this one off his toes into the offside. to Zafar Gohar at backward point, potentially. And I thought that was the last ball, but it isn't. I'm getting slightly nervous now. I'm hearing some sort of Eurovision song in my ears. 90 seconds, excellent. It's a dreadful song as well. But
Well, it's fairly kind of standard, isn't it?
that's sort of catch-all, really, isn't it? It's a Eurovision song, therefore, but this one is a shocker. 36 for 1, last ball of the 8th over. So we are going to have a very lengthy final session. You would have thought here 67 overs to be bowled in the day as Price bowls to Brooke Guest, who guides that down to the man at Gully. And there's no run. 36 for 1 at the end of 8 overs. Harry Kane has 27. Brooke Guest has 6.
Marcus Harris with the fielding there. He was in a long discussion with Mickey Arthur, Derbyshire's head coach, before the start of the game. Imagine they'd know each other quite well from Western Australia connection. With Harris having started his career, they wouldn't have been coached directly by Mickey Arthur, but I'm sure he would have had enough to do with him. Marcus Harris starting his first-class career in 2010. Should make his 150th first-class appearance this season, and also likely to pass 10,000 first-class runs. Marcus Harris needs just a little over... Actually, I'm not sure whether that's updated or not. I'll give you the exact number if you're at all interested. Anyway, we've got a bowling change. Marchand de Lange is out of the attack, and Matt Taylor's going to bowl his first ball in the first team this season. It's dropped away out into the covers as a quick single shot at the stumps. Comes in from Zafar. It's well backed up by Marchand de Lange at mid-on. But certainly this time, Zafar well within his rights to let loose a throw. It's a fairly tight single, but I think it was a well-judged one. And it's now 37 for 1, with Kane on to 28. So it's 169 runs Marcus Harris needs for the 10,000. Taylor in and bowls, left alone by Brooke Guest. Ball just looked to be shaping in gently towards the right-hander, with Matt Taylor bowling over the wicket to start with. So, as I mentioned at the start, just in case you missed the start, 2 changes for Gloucestershire, with Ollie Price missing due to university commitments, and Jack Taylor, the 2 to miss out, and Matt Taylor and Ben Charlesworth in. Here's Matt Taylor bowls inside edge, bit of pad maybe as well. Goes out into the leg side to be fielded by Tom Price. There's no run. Nicely bowled though by Matt Taylor. Played in the second 11 game against Leeds Bradford University, or Leeds Bradford MCCU, I suppose. I'm not sure Leeds Bradford's actually a university. I think it's an airport rather than a university, but the actual cricketing centre of excellence is Leeds Bradford. In comes Matt Taylor and bowls outside the off stump. Good length delivery, but allowed to pass through to Bracey by Brooke Guest. Hello.
I'm just trying to think of puns to do with aeroplanes and cricket, but I can't think of any because that would have been perfect time to think of one.
I thought I was at Grace Road for a moment there with the hooter going off.
Oh, don't. Yeah, the Boo Sailor. Yeah. Yeah, they were there first away game of the season, I think it was. Chucked it down, of course.
Matt Taylor in and bowls. Pushed back up the pitch by Guest. Van Buren fields at mid-off, and there is no run. So, yeah, Matt Taylor played in that game for the second 11. Took, I think, a 3-wicket haul in his opening spell. They've been kind of managing him back since really the start of the season. And this is his first-class game since the game against Essex at Chelmsford last year. Kind of pretty much the midpoint of the championship season. Matt Taylor bowls back of a length, punched through the covers by Guest. He'll get 1, think about 2. Van Buren does well, goes into the slide, gets the throw in quickly, and dissuades them from trying to add a second. Guest to 7, 38 now for 1.
I can find no evidence of cricket ball throwing being in the Olympics. I've completely made that up. So
well, if we can't get...
goodness sake, don't take it as a fact.
If we can't get cricket in there, maybe we can get the cricket ball throw
Cricket
in
ball
there.
throw, yeah.
And people
yeah.
might just watch it and go, what's that ball? That's a cricket ball. What do you do with that? Cricket. That's
I'd want them to throw a red
You know.
one, though.
Yes.
I think we should stipulate it's a red ball that's thrown. Anyway, Tom Price is going to continue. It's his 5th over. 1 for 17. He's bowling to Brooke Guest, who drives it straight back down the ground for 4 over the advertising mat. That's how straight that was. Just to the onside of the stumps at the far end. Almost one of those one-legged shots that Brooke Guest does play from time to time. The drive it's not classical necessarily, but it's very effective, and he moves into double figures. He's on 11. Derbyshire up to 42 for 1.
Yeah, and it was a delivery that Price tried to get really right up to the bat, but he was certainly met with a firm, straight drive. Lovely shot.
The good news is that the bowlers don't seem to be having any problems with the footmarks or the landing areas or anything, so this next delivery is defended by Guest back to Price, who then tosses it away too. Don't tell me. Graham Van Buren.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was thinking the same thing with Tom Price having had quite a lot of difficulty, particularly when he bowled from the Ashley Down Road end against Sussex. Had about 3 separate spells trying to get him to bowl from that end, and each time it was. I did describe his glower as almost Anderson-esque as he looked down at the footmarks. So, yeah, was never particularly happy with them.
Price bowls turning to the leg side by Guest this time. Again, there's no run, but you can't even see, certainly at the far end, the end from which, or the city end from which Price is bowling, you can't even see his footmarks as he runs up either, which is encouraging because it wasn't wet yesterday, it was just underwater. It was ridiculous. And then by 4 o'clock, we just sat in here chatting for a bit, and then it rained again, and by 4 o'clock, it was worse than it had been at 10 o'clock in the morning. As I say, the lights are on, but no rain at the moment as Price bowls to Guest, and he just guides this down to backward point where Go Hard does the fielding.
Speaking of James Anderson,
oh yes,
we have the latest England worry ahead of the Ashes story that everybody likes to have.
A new update.
Well, no, it's just that earlier on today, James Anderson was treated for, quote, a minor issue.
Oh, well, that's all right then. That's all right.
It can't be anything serious.
I can tell you that minor issues take longer to recover from the older you get. Price, I know that from experience, bowls to Guest, who guides that off an edge, and he sort of guided it. It was straight into the ground, and Hammond dived to his right to make sure that it didn't run away down to third man.
Minor issue. It's
Does it
nothing
say
like
a minor
Jarrow or anything.
A minor issue with something, with any particular part of his body?
It's currently being assessed, I can tell you that.
Oh,
so that's
reassuring.
reassuring.
Yeah, as long as they're having a look at it. That's the main thing. Tomorrow's lunch has arrived. As in comes Price, always important. Balls to Guest, who gets right behind this one, pushes it up to mid-on. And that's the end of the Price over. He's now bowled 5 overs. 1 for 21, his figures, just the 4 runs from the first delivery of that over. From that one, and Derbyshire 42 for 1 after 10, so you can work it out at home what their run rate is. Game has 28, Guest has 11.
Yes, the article that I'm sort of scrolling through, they're obviously a bit short on detail, other than the fact that it's a minor issue. So we've had it described what James Anderson did in the game, who else is currently injured within the England setup. Did you know Jofra Archer was injured?
Is he? That's the default position.
Taylor starts a new over. It's flicked fine. I think it may just be pad. It's going to just stop short of the boundary rope, and they will get 2 leg byes. Just a touch too leg-side-ish from Matt Taylor, and Harry Kane will be a little annoyed that he couldn't get a bit of bat on that, because that was ripe for the picking off to that fine leg boundary. But 2 runs go onto the Derbyshire score, 44 now for 1. But no, I don't see any detail immediately about exactly what it might be.
On the BBC website, I can't find it.
Matt Taylor in, bowls, full, straight. Harry Kane well forward. Nice looking forward defence. It goes up to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, we're sort of over the whole Steve Smith Ashes build-up business now,
Yeah,
so
I
we need
think
something
so.
else to move on to. And I mean, the journalists will be lapping this up. And exactly what they would have wanted, a scare to either Broad or Anderson, playing in the county championship as well, no less. Back of a length from Matt Taylor, and catches Harry Kane quite high up on the bat, but he plays it quite well, rides the bounce, drops it into the ground out towards gully, backward point area. There's no run.
You need to talk about drama in Bristol, which is on the BBC Sport cricket page, the live cricket page. Drama.
I
in
didn't want to
Bristol,
bring it
says.
up,
I think you
Dave
should.
Fletcher,
I think you
because
should.
I was ripped to shreds
Wow.
in the written press box for
Yes.
talking about this 3 times. Apparently, that was 3 times too many.
Quite rightly, but no, I think we should mention it.
Mention it once, and then no longer. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and guided by Kane past the dive of Gully. They'll get 2, running it hard, but I don't think they'll come back for a 3rd. There's Guest trying to turn it into 3, but Harry Kane knew it was always a couple. He moves to 28, and Derbyshire 40. Pardon me, he moves to 30 now. Derbyshire 46 for 1.
What I'll do is I'll prevent you from having to talk about it again, because I'm just reading the full extent of this dramatic event down at Bristol.
Sure it was.
Well, they were chasing 277 for victory, and at one stage were 177 for 9. And it says here, about to lose comfortably. Gloucestershire seconds.
Matt Taylor bowls back of a length, back foot drive, nicely timed, but straight to Van Buren at mid-off, and there's no run.
They were playing Surrey, who featured the likes of Conor McKerr, who had a spell on loan here at Derby, Dan Moriarty, Amaverdi. And Jared Warner made 83 batting at number 10. Luke Charlesworth was at number 11. He made 34, and Gloucestershire got home to victory, the second team with a glorious victory. So you've had your fun for this weekend.
Well, after this season so far, take your kicks wherever you can get them. Matt Taylor bowls, rising delivery outside off stump. It goes through to James Bracey. 46 for 1 remains the score. Gloucestershire are moving with some alacrity from over to over. So if they keep that up, they should get through these overs at a decent pace, even if they don't bowl much spin with Zafar Gohar. Yeah, Luke Charlesworth took a 5-wicket haul in Surrey's second innings. Gloucestershire, as the first team likes to do, the second team also did. They overturned a deficit of 147
Decent.
on first innings, which
Yeah.
again is very out of the Gloucestershire book to have that kind of first innings deficit.
Yeah, decent. I only found that because I was scrolling through to find more information about Jimmy Anderson, but there isn't any. Change of bowling, and we're going to see Ajit Singh Dale for the first time from the City End, bowls to Brooke Guest, and he turns it down towards long leg where Matt Taylor does the fielding. They go through for a single, 47 for 1. Quick update, and it is an update on Matt Lamb, who isn't playing in this match. Devon Malcolm's here. Matt Lamb has a minor back complaint, which is being managed ahead of the T20s, which of course are only 8 days away. The big blast off at Edgbaston when Derbyshire take on Lancashire. As that one strikes the pad, there's an appeal from Ajit Singh Dale, and turned down by umpire Bainton. I think that was a half-hearted appeal, really, in all honesty.
Yes, I think so.
So thank you to Stephen for that. I've had an email. An email has flooded in, but I can't find it. Oh, there it is.
Inundated with an email.
Oh, no, unbelievable. And it's Nick. Good to hear from you, Nick. Nice to see the Kim Barnett derby is underway at last. Of course, legendary figure at both clubs, really. As Dale is in again, and that one is defended by. Can I call him Dale?
I think yes. I mean, this has been a
I
sort
don't
of
want to be offensive to anybody. Well,
no,
I never
this
do.
has been
but
kind of a thing. But I think we are going now, and I've been directed by the club, Singh Dale.
Oh, call him Singh Dale. Okay.
As the surname.
No,
No, that's fine. You weren't to know because it is. Some places have it hyphenated, which is definitely wrong.
Yes.
And
yes.
then, a lot of places it's still Dale, but apparently the club are trying to get the places where it is just Dale changed to Singdale.
Okay, then. Here is Singdale bowling to Harry Kane, who goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside Gohar. See, I might not be calling, you might want to be called Zafar, and I have a story about that. We spoke to Haider Ali at the start of the season. His English was worse then than it is now. Obviously, it hasn't got any worse. It's got better, I'm sure, but we haven't spoken much to him since either. He smiles and says hello. And we said, do we call you Haider or Ali? He said, well, you can call me Haider or Ali, which didn't help at all, which was the most unhelpful answer I've ever had, I think. That one's left alone outside the Ostub by Harry Kane. So I call him Haider, and sometimes I call him Ali when I forget to call him Haider. So,
well, I was going to say again, it doesn't
it's naming
help
conventions, isn't it?
the fact that I'm sure at one point because I conditioned myself for a while to say Dale. I think I did say Dale earlier rather than Singdale. So it's going to be one of those things which I'm just going to have to keep chastising myself after I almost
certainly wasn't listening. I apologise again. I don't think I've listened to anything you've said so far. Singdale is in, balls to Harry Kane, who plays a rather false shot there. He plays it up to mid-on. I don't think he meant to. End of the over, just one run from it. He's Dale on the scoreboard, you see. 47 for 1 after 12 overs, with Kane on 30 and Guest on 12.
And I have always said Zafar rather than Gohar.
Okay, well,
and he does have Zafar on the back of his shirt well, which you haven't seen because it's underneath the cable knit sweater.
Well, it is, but that is a clue. I think that Haider has Ali on the back of his shirt from memory, but I wouldn't swear to it. Nick asks, is Marchant de Lange that huge in real life? He looks like the Incredible Hulk on the live. Yes, he's a big man.
He really is.
Either that or a linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys. He says, not overly sad to see the first wicket fall to Mr. Price. He's in my fantasy team.
I think he's in most Gloucestershire fans' fantasy team. Matt Taylor bowls. Next delivery from him, start of his third over. In swinging ball, but could probably be left on length as well as line by Brooke Guest.
Well, Nick's from Nottingham, and I think he's I might be wrong, but he listens all the time, so I'm assuming he's a Derbyshire fan.
Well, I think in this particular, I'm sure probably there are other fantasy games available, but if it's the same one that I'm involved in, then it was a rather sensible buy. It was Mr. Tom Price. Matt Taylor bowls, back of the length, jabbed back up the pitch by Guest, and Taylor will field to his left. Rather undervalued was Mr. Price. But, you've got to keep your eye out for these bargain buys. Matthew Waite was another one that I spied from the
from his
start
century
of the
here earlier.
But I didn't, you see, because I didn't have him in my 11. He was on the bench, warming the bench.
Impact so bad.
Dreadful. 3 slips and a gully for Matt Taylor. He's to the crease now and bowls inside edge onto pad, and it goes up to point where Zafar Gohar fields.
Fletchcricket@gmail.com, that email address, if you want to get, anybody can get in touch. Whether I read it out or not is entirely arbitrary. I've just been struck by Matt Taylor, who was a very smooth run up to the wicket, up to the pitch, up to the wickets, and then seems to stutter and stop.
Yeah, he has quite a sort of individual delivery stride, does Matt Taylor. As he moves in once more, bowls, and they thought about a quick single here as it was nudged out into the covers, and quite rightly. There was a loud cry of no from, I assume, from Kane at the non-strikers end, as Guest took a couple of steps down the pitch and probably gave him a little bit of cause of concern at the non-strikers end. Yes, so it's funny you mentioned that, because at Cheltenham, we commentate from side on, we commentate from the balcony at Cheltenham, and that actually, it wasn't even there. I'm talking rubbish, because it was at Bristol during COVID where we were commentating from side on again, because we weren't allowed into the pavilion at all, as that was players and match officials only. Matt Taylor moves in, bowls, worked away into the leg side, straight to Price at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So that was really the first time I'd properly had sort of extended period of time to watch him from side on. And it's funny how, from side on, it looks so much smoother than it does from behind him. It does all flow through the crease. But when you watch him front on, it really does look like he kind of skittles up there, and then
It almost looks like he stops.
and then
doesn't
stops.
it?
Exactly, it kind of looks like that. Matt Taylor bowls inside edge again with a bit of pad maybe involved. I don't think even if there'd been a short leg, it would have been a catch to short leg. It would have gone in front of him, and it goes out to Tom Price at mid-wicket. So the end of the over. Matt Taylor's been tidy so far, just 4 runs from his 3 overs. 13 bowled so far. Derbyshire 47 for 1. Tom Price, the only wicket taker so far, made a rally out for 2. But yeah, and it's funny how, whilst ideally we tend to like to be behind the bowler's arm, occasionally there are certain things that you do get a different perspective of. Like, for example, watching Ryan Rickleton, the South African overseas player for Northamptonshire, from side on last year, was an absolute treat. Just watching how he flowed into the ball.
Singdale begins a new over to Harry Kane, and he puts his hands on his head immediately as Kane pushes that up to mid-on. Potentially with the inside half of the bat, but he's got his back to me, so he could have done anything, really.
But of course, you'll have the pleasure of seeing the Derbyshire players from side on
yes,
August the 1st.
It's the 1st of August, is it? Yeah, in the 50 over competition. I've never been to Cheltenham before. I'm looking forward to that. We've got Scarborough as well this year, which is very exciting, in September. Singdale bowls, and that's whipped away by Harry Kane down towards long leg. Taylor is the fielder, and he picks up another single to move to 31, 48 for 1. Speaking of which, Durham, I don't know who to hate more in this game. At Chester Street, Durham 173 for 9, trailing Yorkshire by 81 up at Chester Street. I'm really conflicted. The game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens is going to finish soon. So we've barely got underway, and already Worcestershire are 48 for 2 in their second innings, and they trail Glamorgan by 101. Singdale is in again and bowls to Buck Guest. That takes an inside edge onto his pad again. Oohs and ahs from just about everywhere. And the other game in this division is being played at Leicester, where they only got underway today. They didn't play at all yesterday, but they're 48 overs into that game, and Sussex, who were put into bat, are 130 for 2. I did notice yesterday, I was listening, I think they must have gone to tea in the game up at Durham, because obviously I was always going to listen to that. But at pure entertainment value alone, they went to Surrey. I would change to Surrey Middlesex as Singdale bowls to Guest, who defends it back to the bowler. And one of the commentators there went through the scores, but of course only the first division scores, which it irritated me slightly. Not enough to send a message, but so I'm going to decline to look at any first division scores other than Nottinghamshire, who've got Northamptonshire 141 for 9 at Wantage Road, so we probably won't look at that one again either anytime soon. As Nottinghamshire are having a better game than they have had in recent days or weeks. Singdale in, and bowls left alone by Guest. Goes through to Bracey.
Yes, of course, Stuart Broad, the hero,
Was he?
batting out the game against Lancashire.
Oh, yes.
Last week, one of several games. I mean, it was a fantastic watch last week, because Gloucestershire didn't have a game. I mean, it wasn't the usual where I'm watching other games because Gloucestershire have been washed out. Watched an awful lot of other county cricket this season. But no, it wasn't to do with that.
The farcical situation at the end of this game, our game here at Derby, is the final ball from Ajit Singdale is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. 48 for 1 at the end of the over, just 1 from that, so they've got a bit of a grip on the scoring rate now, Derbyshire's scoring rate. So in the last 5 overs, these two have managed 11 runs only, so it's just calmed down a bit.
But it was just a superb final day. I think basically every game went down to the final day, and every game almost down to the final session in that round. Obviously, there was a lot of rain about ensuring that,
yeah,
but at the same time, it was a cracking finish. The only thing was that out of all the games, all 7 of them, only one of them was actually a result.
Yes.
Actually, it was the one game that was a result that didn't go down to the wire. Matt Taylor bowls, that's edged and has been, in the end, put down by Harris in the gully, but That was absolutely flying, and I didn't think he was going to have a chance to get a hand on that. But having done so, I don't know, standard of...
I think he should have taken it.
Fielding nowadays, gully fielding. Marcus Harris is used to the ball flying at him. Maybe he would feel he should have held on. But I must say, off the bat, I thought that was just going to fly over the top of him. So Kame gets a life on 31. Taylor bowls, tight leave from Harry Kame, but I'll say he watched it all the way, and through it goes to Bracey. Yeah, I mean, it was quite a wide delivery from Matt Taylor. He pushed it across the right-hander rather than bringing it back in. It was really travelling to Harris is in pretty close. But, well, I suppose that one definitely has to go down as a chance, unlike the one-hander
the Hammond was tricky,
he'd not scored yet. Yeah, that was been a 1 in 20 type catch, maybe. That's the next delivery from Matt Taylor's push back up the pitch, and he'll stop it off his own bowling.
But two chances, 1.5 chances for Harry Kame, 1.5 lives, if you like. He made 49 in the only innings that Derbyshire had against... actually, no, they had 2 innings, didn't he? But he didn't open in the second innings, and there was only 1 over, and it was bowled in 3.5 seconds by Colin Ackerman, pointlessly, although they did get a point from it. Anyway, but yeah, Harry Kame got 49 first time, and it's only his second game of the season.
Taylor bowls a full delivery, nicely driven and well stopped to his right-hand side by Van Buren. I think De Lange might have got there from mid-on, even if he hadn't stopped it, but he saves a single even. Yeah, I mean, it was amazing just to watch all those results play out. Surrey ended up 7 down and hanging on, a game that they kind of, and I didn't realise this watching it live, but have heard since that they kind of agreed that if it was about 5 and over, Surrey would go for it. Taylor bowls, back of the length, dropped into the leg side. There's a mid-on, there's a deep backward square, and there's a long leg, so there's plenty of room out there, but Kame couldn't quite get it far enough away from Matt Taylor, who wheels to his right and makes sure that it is a dot. Then Chris Rushworth ran through Hampshire. That was the only result of the round. And Warwickshire routed Hampshire in the end by an innings in 84, which certainly has Warwickshire as one of the main title favourites now, you'd have to say. Especially picking up that win whilst everybody else drew. Taylor in and nudged away up to mid-on. De Lange will field. It's the end of another Matt Taylor over. It's his second maiden. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. Could have a wicket by now, but doesn't. 48 for 1 after 15. And Nottinghamshire 9 down, surviving. Northamptonshire were 8 down, although they were ahead, so they worked their way into a situation where it was a bit more comfortable than some of the other results. Sam Whiteman scored a century on the final day there for Northants. There was the game here where there was all sorts of drama, which we won't go
Mostly
into.
Mostly off the pitch.
Worcestershire 8 down, again managed to get slightly ahead thanks to Azhar Ali, but there was jeopardy right up until the end of that one. And then Yorkshire also were 9 down against Glamorgan. Glamorgan unable to finish them off. Should have declared sooner, probably.
Singdale bowls the first ball of a new over, and that is comprehensive. Guest has gone 2 stumps out of the ground. And Brooke Guest, well, his disappointing start to the season, other than that 90-odd that he scored, continues, I'm afraid, at number 3. He's dismissed for 12, bowled by Ajit Singdale. Derbyshire 48 for 2 now.
He's done some business with some stumps so far this season as Dale. Last match against Worcestershire, I forget who, I say last match, it wasn't. It's the last away game against Worcestershire. He sent a stump flying backwards and it sort of impaled itself at quite a shallow angle into the ground, which I don't think I've really seen a stump kind of do to that extent. It flew for a long way. It must have, and I counted, it did at least 2 revolutions before it landed in the ground. And here he's absolutely splayed 2 stumps on the floor. It's got to be some sight for him.
But I'm not sure. because they've already replaced them. They replaced them while I was writing it down. And I'm starting to get twitchy because I've just had the news build in my ears.
Cunning plan.
Wayne Madsen.
Yes, it was off and middle.
Off and middle, good. It was a guess, but it was a fair guess, wasn't it? It was either off and middle or middle and leg, wasn't it? So I had a 50-50 chance. Wayne Madsen is the new batsman. He's got 3 half centuries. Nobody in the Derbyshire side has got a century yet this season, incidentally. You'd have mentioned it at some point. I'm sure Richard Ray was gleefully mentioning it.
No, I would not have mentioned it, actually. What I might have mentioned was that David Griffin mentioned that there was some record going for scores in the 90s, though. Apparently this would break some Derbyshire record for consecutive games with the Derbyshire.
Is it 6?
Players.
Is it
yes,
6
I think
in
it
a
was
row?
6.
Yeah. 5 this season and the last one of last season. Yeah, and Leicester Ploy's got 2 of them this season. Wayne Madsen has got 3 half centuries, so he's leading in that particular category and the number of 4s as well. So a good man to have out in the middle, but not necessarily in these conditions with the lights on and it fairly gloomy.
So Madsen surveying the field. You'll see that it's basically the same as before. 3 slips in the gully in terms of close catches. Dale bowls to Madsen, rises up onto his toes. Just works the ball back towards the bowler. Dale does the fielding. It's a nice piece of I think it was in swing. Maybe it was just mostly on the angle. Nice bit of bowling from Dale, but equally Brooke Guest has left a huge gap between bat and pad there for the ball to get through. Dale, as actually with probably Tom Price as well, natural movement tends to be in movement rather than away movement. Dale bowls to Madsen, defended firmly up to mid-off by Van Buren, who comes in and hurls the throw in at Bracey, fortunately into his gloves this time. A set of 4 overthrows given away earlier on by an errant throw from Marchand de Lange. Yeah, I mean, so far there have been a few blips in the field. Whether, as I say, just that edge off Guest, it did go so hard at Harris, but having got 2 hands on it, you'd have probably expected to hang on. Dale bowls a bouncer, which doesn't really trouble Wayne Madsen. It was not the quickest bounce on that one. Dale just testing out the middle of the pitch for one of the first times in this innings so far, but certainly didn't get very much out of it, so imagine he'll probably be wanting to be bowling full and straight. Key wicket. Madsen, as always, for any side playing Derbyshire, as Dale bowls to him, and there's a nice looking drive on the bounce back to Dale, and there's no run, but particularly for Gloucestershire, off whose bowling Wayne Madsen has plundered 5 centuries in his career. Yes, it's only Leicestershire who he's scored 5 tons against, other than Gloucestershire, although his average actually is about sort of 47, 48, I think it was, against Gloucestershire. So it's, I mean, it's sort of Madsen standard, but actually, despite the centuries, he's probably had some lower scores. His average against Leicestershire is
60.
Yes. Dale to complete the over. One of us to complete the over. Pushed into the offside for a quick single. Zafar shies at the stumps and misses them. Madsen has to dive into his ground. That was a little more alarming for Madsen, I think, than I thought it would be when he pushed the ball into the offside. Made it quite comfortably at the striker's end, but Madsen, in the end, just had a bit of a worry there. Zafar released it quickly, so Madsen gets off the mark eventually, and it's 49 for 2.
What I will say is we're not going to have any bickering like there was on one commentary stream yesterday about whose over it is. Because
we won't mention which commentary it
quite frankly, I really don't care who's commentating, as long as somebody is. Speaking of bickering, Durham, 189 for 9 now. Well, there were 9 down before the 65. We had Worcestershire have lost a 3rd wicket. They still trailed Glamorgan by 95 in their 2nd innings. Which isn't necessarily a good thing for Worcestershire. It's pretty good for Glamorgan, who could win by an innings there, having made just 258 first time around. So
the batting lineup looked so short on confidence, really, Worcestershire, both in the game against Gloucestershire and when I saw them last week really as well. It was as a rally not almost single-handedly, but it was the standout innings.
Matt Taylor from the racecourse end bowls to Wayne Madsen, who in that very Wayne Madsen-like fashion defends whilst walking towards the bowler. Ball goes up to mid-on. It's a technique that works for him.
Yep.
So there's no reason, well, he's not going to change now, is he? Let's face it, at 39 years of age in his 15th Derbyshire season. Why would he change anything? He's slowly becoming second behind Kim Barnett in just about everything. He'll never catch Kim. Taylor's in again and back into his crease goes Madsen this time. The bowler fields at the end of his follow-through.
Speaking of sort of statistical things to do with Derbyshire, I had a Twitter message from Richard Dawson, not the former Gloucestershire coach. I have to do that every time Richard Dawson gets in touch.
That would have been more impressive.
Brooke Guest, he says, is the only current player who stands to be corrected that has more first-class hundreds than 50s, 5-3.
Sounds right. Sounds right. I'll double-check that. But yeah, I think you might be right, Richard. Oh, it's me. That ball's turned into the leg side by, I knew it happened, by Wayne Madsen. Picked up at square leg by Tom Price.
So this is clearly why we have to bicker, though.
Yeah,
so
but as long as somebody does it, I think that's the main thing. But when nobody does it, then we've got problems. And on that occasion, I apologise because I just simply forgot. It's my age.
On the other end of things, in that Worcestershire Glamorgan match, Tim van der Huchten has been prolific so far this season. He's got another couple of wickets in Worcestershire's second innings. He ran through Gloucestershire's middle order when the hover cover malfunctioned. Start of the season.
Taylor in again, bowls to Kame, who turns this into the leg side. Once again, it's Price who does the fielding, and again, there's no run.
I mean, they didn't have Michael Neser in that game.
Good job.
And yes, and really in that second innings where Gloucestershire amassed, I think in the end it was their 22nd highest score in first-class cricket second time around, Van der Huchten still stood out very much from the pack as Glamorgan's strike bowler in that game, and of course now they have the services of Neser.
Taylor in again, short and cracked into the offside by Harry Kame off his toes, but he absolutely fails to time that one, and it goes straight to Zafar. He's fielding at point, and there's no run. Yeah, well, Brooke Guest has got 500s and 450s to his name. He's got a half century this season, which is his highest score, but he's got precious little else. How much of a concern that is, I'm not entirely sure, because he had a magnificent season in 2022. He was one of a number of players who really did, well, I hesitate to say overachieve, but they achieved more than they ever had before. Anuj Dal being another one who's currently out with a side strain, although encouragingly that you're not missing any action. There's putting some sawdust down by the crease. He was running on the field earlier today, Anuj Dal, and I know a side strain doesn't necessarily stop you from running, but they certainly wouldn't want him to aggravate it with the T20 coming up. So we were told it was a grade 1. No idea what that means. And that he would be out for 6 weeks, and he's been out for 3, I think, already. Around the wicket goes Taylor, and bowls quite wide of the off stump. He was reaching for that a little bit. Harry Kame, he pushes it up to mid-off. And it's the end of the over. Look, Taylor's bowled 5 overs for 5 runs. Good effort. A couple of maidens in there as well. Madsen's got 2. Harry Kame has 31, and Derbyshire, I ought to have mentioned that their half century is up there 50 for 2. Although it barely registered, even with the supporters, that they've got to 50.
I suppose that's the thing with those kind of grade this, grade 1, grade 2, etc. Because you don't know what's considered as 1. Is it aces high or low?
Yeah, well, yes, indeed.
Here comes Dale, starts a new over to Madsen, who pushes at that one and is beaten by it. Withdrew the bat from it, sort of as if he was touching a hot saucepan or something like that. But he, I think, did play at it. It went through to Bracey, nicely bowled by Dale. Also on that sort of line in terms of hundreds and 50s. I noticed that Cheteshwar Pujara is 47 not out against Sussex. So if he gets
Problems.
to 50, we all know what's going to happen then.
Yeah, problems.
Pujara 47, Alsop 53. Steve Smith hasn't even got in yet. And Sussex are 152 for 2. Next ball from Dale, left alone by Madsen. Bracey takes.
Cunning plan by Sussex, really, because he made, what, 40-odd last week, didn't he, in the first innings?
I think he got a slightly stiff LBW decision. I mean, it might have been going on to sort of scratch leg stump, but I don't think it was doing much more than that.
But Sussex have signed him and thought, right, we'll show him, and he never gets a bat.
Yeah.
It's a terrific effort.
I mean, I don't like to be too disparaging, but there was a fair chance he was only going to get one go against Leicestershire
Well,
as
yes.
well.
Yeah, that is true.
Especially with a day lost for the weather. Dale bowls to Madsen, edged and caught at first slip by Ben Charlesworth. And that's a huge wicket for Gloucestershire. Madsen, who's done so much damage to Gloucestershire in his career, including a double century in 2019 at Bristol, has been dismissed for 2. Dale has a second wicket. He's got figures of 2 for 3 so far, and Derbyshire are 50 for 3.
Yeah, terrific delivery. Madsen knew straight away, didn't he? He feared the worst. His head does tend to swing off its shoulders if it goes past the bat, so it's not always an indication that he's touched it if his head moves around, but the fact that it was taken by first slip rather suggests that he touched it. And it brings out the Derbyshire skipper, Lewis Deploy. Just 11 deliveries faced by Wayne Madsen, and at 50 for 3, it seems like a pretty good decision to bowl first by Gloucestershire. I think that would have been the decision that both sides made.
Yes.
Poor old Lewis Deploy hasn't had an awful lot of luck in his captaincy. Captained the side a few times last season, notably in the quarter-final of the T20. That didn't go well. He captained the side on the hottest day of the year, on that Monday, I think it was. Ben Duckett scored a double century, and Nottinghamshire were 400 for 1 at the close. He did get a win down at Worcester, but I think that's his solitary win as captain.
Well, I suppose I'm not saying he's doing better than David Payne, who I've talked to a lot, so I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning this, but he must be the only captain in the history of first-class cricket to captain a side twice and never take to the field.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Because one of the games was in 2020, the Bob Willis Trophy against Northamptonshire, where the game was called off because of a COVID scare after a session.
Yeah.
And the other game was in 2021 at Cheltenham against Middlesex, where he was called up to the England squad at that time that everybody got COVID and they had to select a completely new squad. So Deploy on strike and playing a really strange-looking drive off his first ball. He rehearses a forward defensive shot, but that was aimed somewhere over into the distance, and it went through to Bracey, and I'm not sure whether that beat him on the inside or the outside edge. I had to look at it again, but it certainly beat him.
Can be a nervous starter. I said that before he faced a ball against Leicestershire. After 3 deliveries, he was 11 not out. But starting can be a bit of an issue for Lewis.
Dale is bowling over the wicket to him. He's in now. Bowls, Deploy is forward, beats mid-off on the straight side. He'll get 1. Van Buren fakes the shot at the stumps, but holds on to the ball, so Deploy will keep the strike. He's off the mark, and Derbyshire are 51 for 3 at the end of the 18th over their innings. We did beat him on the outside edge.
They've done you like a kipper there, by the way. They've absolutely done you like a kipper.
Oh, is that not the end of the over? I looked over to my right and saw 5 balls down, so I assumed it was going to tick over to 4, and then everybody was moving about. But of course, it's just because there's the right-hander on strike.
Award winner.
Behave. That's short and down the leg side, and it's been helped on its way by Kame, wide of the dive of Bracey to his left, and it will go for 4 runs. Just about got enough on that to Harry Kame. I'm not sure Dale entirely intended the bouncer to go just there, but 4 runs to end the over, and it's 55 for 3 at the end of the over.
I think that over's finished.
And so am I.
I've just noticed. Are they going to change bowlers? Are they? Tom Price is going to come back
like
on.
A switch of ends.
He's just removed a sweater. which was a sweater, a long sleeve sweater with his number and name on the back. So they also
have two options. Yeah,
Ah, right. Because I'm
you
thinking,
can tell who likes me and who doesn't.
I thought he's taking his shirt off. What's going on here? But it's just a long sleeve sweater.
So, you know, he's a gladiatorial type character as Tom Price. So yeah,
I'm going to come bowling in just my trousers.
like to see a bowler do that.
So would I, actually. 55 for 3. Price is in and bowls 2 to Ploy, who defends it straight back to him. And there's no run. Yes,
The sort of thing I could imagine Andrew Flintoff or somebody like that doing.
Oh, yeah. I apologise for the remark. As I said, it was very uncalled for. But I think anybody who works with me will know. You just sort of have to get used to it, really. Which I think is fair enough.
Indeed.
I'm happy to take it.
So am I.
Ploy waits 3 slips and a gully, and he gets up on his toes and pushes it out to the man at point, to his Zafar. And there is no one. Harry Kame is now undressing as he's taken his gloves off so he can do his shoelace up. So perhaps not quite as dramatic as I might have made it out.
He needs to get new laces, I think, doesn't he? And it's the second time he's done that already. It must be this kind of, I don't know what material they're made from, that kind of lacquer almost on the outside of the laces, and they always seem to come undone.
Which makes them a bit, there's nothing to hold on to, have they? There's a group of gentlemen away by the car park that have been intriguing me. Price bowls and Deploy pushes out into the offside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them.
Yes.
And they've been standing there for about 4 or 5 overs now. It's not as though there aren't enough seats, but they're clearly happy down at sort of long leg to the left-handed Lears Deploy. Those who know the county ground, near the bookshop, the club shop. But they've just been standing there. Whether they've got lost, I'm not sure. But anyway, 55 for 3. Price is it, and this time Deploy rather fiddles that one into the offside. Left-handers often do. And he'll be looking for a big innings, I'm sure. What's he got this year? But he's doing all right, to be fair to him. He's averaging 66, a high score of 95, not out, a couple of half centuries. It says here he's hit a 6. I don't remember it. I'm sure he has, but you can usually remember 6s in first class cricket, can't you? But Price's next delivery is, hurries him, rather. It was sort of on his pads and turned into the leg side. Fielded by Bracey coming around from behind the stumps. He moves on to 2, 56 for 3.
Of course, you've got me looking now at the Gloucestershire 6s. I mean, Tom Price has 4, which I assume all came. I think they did all come in that century. Marchand de Lange has 3, which won't surprise anybody who's ever watched Marchand de Lange bat.
Well, Zach Chappell's leading the way for Derbyshire with 4. Mm-hmm. He can bat, by the way.
Yes, he can. He can certainly hit him.
I think he's all or nothing, mind. Price in and bowls 2. Kame, who gets an inside edge on that one. Goes out to the aforementioned Marchand de Lange at mid-wicket, and it's the end of the over, and I can definitively say that. 56 for 3, Derbyshire. Harry Kame has 35, and Lears Deploy has 2.
Yes, and I was just actually looking to see what Zach Chappell did in his... Actually, I think it was a couple of loan spells in the end he had with Gloucestershire last season with the bat, and I was going to get the exact numbers, but I've just realised that my notebook is in the other box, which is really clever of me. And now the other box is
being used.
Purloined.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, by somebody from the ECB talking to Big Devon.
Devon Welcome.
Must be some kind of assessment or something, surely.
New over from Dale starts. Deploy just drops it out into the offside, fielded at backward point, and there's no run. I thought for a moment you had your binoculars out to look into the box next to us. And I realised, of course, you were back looking at these gentlemen milling around on the boundary's edge over there.
They look like I mean, I might be completely wrong. I have no idea who they are, and apologies if you know, but they look like they used to be a gang back in the 60s or early 70s. And they were part of the Derbyshire firm.
Perhaps they're the fathers of the youths underneath the flyover over the Derwent. Next ball from Dale, left alone by Deploy through to Bracey. Lively stuff from Dale, who after the first kind of, well, what was game of the season because he didn't bowl very much in the second innings against Glamorgan. Really has settled down. 6 for 4, well, I say more than settled down really. 6 for 41 he took against Worcestershire in the first innings there. First class career best, first 5-wicket haul. He's bowling now to Deploy. He's well forward, just prodding this one up to Van Buren at mid-off, and there's no run to be had there. 1 for 8 in the second innings as well, but he bowled better, I think, than his 1 for 53 suggested at Bristol. He was probably the pick of Gloucestershire's bowlers in that game where, again, Pujara took hold, and once he does, it's just, you know, Pujara will bat as Pujara bats, but they couldn't get wickets at the other end, Gloucestershire. 455 for 5 declared. Sussex, as Deploy is driving again and is beaten by Dale, a ball that looked to angle across him, but he didn't get the edge on it. Yeah, it was rather like that Sussex game, I'm afraid to say. A lot of the games, particularly in the first half of Division 1 last season for Gloucestershire, a lot of chasing leather and not many wickets falling.
Pujara got a double century here last season in that same game that 2 other batsmen got double centuries.
Dale slings another one down. It's full, driven away by Deploy through the covers, and that should go for 4 runs. Right in the gap, is it, between the advertising boards? So it doesn't actually have enough pace on it to go much further than that. Hopefully it's not too wet over beyond the boundary there, because it was particularly wet right there this morning. I took a picture right in that area where there's that Derbyshire logo. I thought, oh, nice, we'll get the Derbyshire logo looking out over the ground. Might not use it this morning, but might use it later. There was even a bit of a puddle there where presumably, I don't know, but I'm guessing the super stopper may have deposited some water. Dale bowls the next delivery to Deploy. No stroke, and an over has been completed. Dale, 5 overs, 2 for 12, 20 bowled. Derbyshire, 60 for 3. So Gloucestershire have pegged the scoring rate back, which was, I mean, it wasn't really a massive problem, but equally no side really likes to see that current run rate over about 4 and over. So they've dragged that back, mostly thanks to the efforts of Taylor, 5 overs for 5, and Dale, 5 overs, 2 for 12. But interesting to see whether he gets another one. Might push him for 1 more, maybe. We'll see.
More sawdust. More of the green sawdust has been brought out. So there'll be a slight delay here as it's sprinkled liberally around the bowler's footmarks.
He's got sort of his own dressing room area down there as Dale. He's got 2 sweaters. There's another cap down there as well. It's like sort of fitting room for Dale beyond the boundary down there. To be honest, it's Deploy at the moment. It could do with a fitting room.
You've seen the size of that pile of sawdust that they've left there. That talk about making a mountain out of a molehill.
It's green as well.
Oh, it's very green.
I mean,
yeah,
I don't think I mentioned it before. It's lovely.
They paint each individual piece green. They don't. But he's going to take some to the far end as well. So this is just going to take a little while, which won't help with the fact that it's going to be a late finish. 47 overs left. Tea will be at 4:10, so in around about 45 minutes' time, during which they should get 12 overs in. So it might be a 35-over session after tea. And now they're not happy with the pile. I'm not surprised. Price. There's some very large lumps.
Clumps of
sawdust.
sawdust.
There are large
Wow.
lumps of sawdust there. I think he's just tipped his bucket out. Bless him.
So to speak.
Yes. Here goes Price. In and bowls to Harry Kane, which turns that one nicely into the leg side. He'll pick up a single as it's fielded by Marchant Delanga, 61 for 3, 36 to Harry Kane now, edging closer. I hope he doesn't finish short of a half century today, because he deserved one against Leicestershire, but fell on 49. He got a little bit subdued, which is never a good thing for a batsman, of course. And as a result, it was eventually dismissed. Durham are still batting. You watch the 2 teams who I most like to lose in Division 2 will probably finish level. They're 223 for 9. They only trail by 31. Interesting. Up at Chester Street to a degree, as this next delivery from Price is turned into the leg side by Deploy.
Yeah,
There's no run.
sorry, I think there was quite a large last wicket stand for Yorkshire as well in their first innings. It looks as if they were going to fall well short of a batting point. Well, it's not large, I suppose, actually 218 to 254, but large in
Decent,
terms of the
yeah.
fact that it gave them a point. Fisher and Mickey Edwards, the Australian convert.
Price is in around the wicket, bowls to Deploy, fiddles it out into the offside. In races Graham Van Buren to field.
Good old Yorkshire.
Good old Yorkshire.
Yeah. Does look as if that will be quite evenly poised. Pujara, needless to say, has reached his half century, so might as well just give him 3 figures already.
Yeah.
63 to him now.
Well, Baz Deleda's got is part of this Ajaz Patel, the other one. I think it's Ajaz Patel, isn't
Yes, the man who took 10 for.
it? Price bowls. That one is turned down towards fine leg by Lears Deploy. There is a man down there in the far distance. Could be anybody. Deploy moves on to 7.
It's quite something, really. I mean, to take 10 wickets in an innings, but of course, New Zealand lost the Test match.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
what do you feel about that
Yeah.
as
And then
a
he
player?
effectively lost his place in the side after that when they returned home, and they didn't really need it.
No, it's absolutely
His spin.
hiding to nothing bowling spin on those New Zealand pitches.
Absolutely. Price bowls to Kane, who leaves alone outside the off stump. They put on 50, Deleda and Patel, from 54 balls. 55 now for the last wicket for Durham.
Well, perhaps it is Bazball with an S.
Yes, yeah. Well, his dad, Tim, is there. We know that because he was on commentary yesterday. So, nice for him to see that. And that new stand. In goes Price. Bowls to Kane, who again leaves alone outside the off stump. It swings back towards the leg side after it had gone past the stumps, taken low down by James Bracey. Another over comes to an end, the 21st, 62 for 3 Derbyshire. Deploy has 7 and Kame has 36, just the 2 runs off that over.
I was just thinking of, along the lines of the sort of Pujara statistical oddities. There are also a group of, I don't think it's a very large group, of very strange people who average more in T20 cricket than they
Blimey.
do in first-class cricket. And internationally, I don't know if there are any others. If anybody comes up with any others, even if it's just ODIs and tests, then
Riley Russo.
do get in touch. Well, yeah, it could be. Dale bowls to Deploy, and it's left alone outside the off-stump to James Bracey. But JP Duminy, another South African left-hander, is one of these people. Let's have a look at it again. So in Test cricket, he averages 32.85, or averaged, I suppose, because he's finished now. Retired after playing 199 ODIs.
Blimey.
Averaged 36.81, and in T20 international cricket, 81 matches, averaged 38.68.
That's decent in T20. isn't
Yeah,
it?
very much so, especially batting lower down the order. Dale bowls, rising up onto his toes, is Deploy to drop that one down in front of him, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, averaged 38.68, and he finished not out, just looking at this again, 25 times in his 75 innings. Some effort. I don't know if there's anybody else out there across 3 formats. There probably would be some across 2, but if you manage to turn any up, then please do send them in to @EdCricket6 on Twitter. Dale bowls to Deploy, driven away past point. Zaffar's just going to bow his head down and go off in pursuit of the ball and pick it up from the other side of the boundary because it's been timed too well to do anything else other than that. Deploy moves on to 11, and Derbyshire are up to 66 for 3. Just a little overpitched from Dale. Deploy has shown that he's happy to have a drive. Missed a couple off Dale already, but also has connected with 2 now, which have gone to the boundary with some speed. Came on 36 the other end. Deploy on 11. Van Buren having a word with Dale before he sets off again off his long run. Bowls to Deploy, who's forward and pushing this one up the pitch. And there's no run. I will mention the Division 1 scores, because particularly this one is worth looking at. It's the game between Warwickshire and Essex at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire collapsed from 108 for 2 to 186 for 9. Doug Bracewell, a New Zealand all-round, has picked up 4 wickets. Shane Snater has picked up 2. As has Jamie Porter, and Sam Cook's got the other one. On the leg stump this time from Dale, and clipped away out to deep square, where De Lange's fielding, presumably in case Dale wants to bowl another short ball, but he's there to save runs this time. It's just the single to Deploy. He's on to 12.67 for 3.
I just told everybody on BBC Radio Derby how much money I've got in my pocket. They were talking about, oh dear,
What's
that?
it got in its pockets is...
Well, they were talking about being honest about money, and people being honest about money, partners mainly. There must be a television programme which they're talking about at the moment. I just said, just for openness, I've got 13 quid in my pocket, all in pound coins as well, which is very irritating.
Dale bowls to Kame, who works that one to the forward square leg fielder, Zafar Gohart, and there's no run to complete the over. Probably, you'd imagine that's the end of Dale's spell. 6 overs, 2 for 17 for the most part. He's been excellent. Wickets of Guest for 12, and the huge wicket of Madsen for 2 in that spell. I think I am going to show my age again here, I'm afraid, by saying that I have no money at all in my
I don't normally
pocket,
carry
paper
no,
money.
I'm quite modern in that sense. I'm in precious few, but I
Well, you said it, not me, so you can't blame me for
the
that.
problem I have that the 2, this is pathetic, the 2 pizza shops that I go to in this area, or 2 of the 3 or 4 or 5.
All in the same night?
No, not generally, but they're all cash-only places.
Aha.
For whatever reason, I'm not prying. So I like to carry a little, enough for tea. It's Marchant De Lange, bowling his 5th over of the day. First over in a new spell, I think. And it's pushed it back up towards mid-off by Lear's Deploy.
I wonder whether they're thinking about moving Price back to the end he started with. I mean, they're going to need a bowling change eventually from that other end. Can't imagine Dale's going to go... I mean, I'd be surprised if he goes 7, to be honest.
Yes, it's a lot, isn't it? This modern era as Deploy pushes the next De Lange ball up to mid-off for a second time. And immediately, oh dear. That's Van Buren, is it?
Indeed.
Mid-off, and getting the sweat off the small of his back. I think I preferred it when they licked the ball. Well, they didn't quite lick it, but no saliva, of course, anymore.
No, and not using... I mean, actually there isn't anybody without any hair to use the head of in Gloucester's lineup.
Haig's deliveries short and chopped into the offside by Leicester. I don't know why you had to bring up hair. You've got enough for both of us, and I've got none.
Well, I was just thinking back to Jack Leach.
It just seems a little unfair.
Shining the ball on Jack Leach's
Yes.
head in the winter.
Yes, see, I'd have been ideal these days, wouldn't I? I could have found my niche in a cricket team as the man on whose head they could shine the ball. De Lange in, driven nicely by Lear's Deploy out towards the extra cover boundary. That'll have the legs to go for 4. It hits the rope now. Really nice shot, but a little bit too wide really from De Lange, and possibly a little full as well. And he paid the price as Deploy moves up to 16 now, and Derbyshire to 71 for 3. He is a beautiful player to watch, Lear's Deploy, when he's in full flow, and hopefully in 8 days' time when Derbyshire start their T20 campaign at Edgbaston against Lancashire, we will see that. Looking forward to seeing Haider Ali playing against a white ball as well. He's still getting used to playing in English conditions. He's still getting used to playing first-class cricket, bless him. Delanga bowls and off the back foot. It's pushed out into the offside. They go through for a quick single and they get it because there's a bit of a slip there, a slightly unfortunate slip. Zafar might have hurt himself because he slipped over on one of the used pitches as he attempted a throw, and he'll have scuffed his elbow, I've got no doubt, but he's just raised his sleeve of his left arm to reveal that he does have some protection there on his elbow, which is good news, but his trousers have taken a bit of a battering. They did get through for the single. Deploy moves to 17, 72 for 3. Traffic moving nicely towards the Pentagon Island on the Sir Frank Whittle Road. I like to get that out once a day. Afternoon, Bradders, if you're listening, as this next one is defended. Well, I say defended. He wanted a single there, did Harry Kame. He defended it very straight back towards the stumps, final ball of the over. It was Taylor who came round to do the fielding, and there probably was a single there if they'd both set off at the same time, but I think Harry Kame realised that Deploy wasn't interested in the slightest. Kame's got 36, Deploy 17, and Derbyshire are 72 for 3 after 23 overs of their first innings, having lost the toss earlier and been asked to bat, unsurprisingly, by Gloucestershire.
I should say to Gloucestershire listeners who don't know what we're referring to
Well,
with that particular road.
Good luck now.
What I was going to
Good
say
luck
was,
now.
then I pity you for not knowing, but regrettably we can't explain.
No.
Exactly.
Well, you can if you want, but
no, I don't particularly fancy.
I'll have to do the rest of the game by myself.
Throwing my career down the drain by explaining. I'm sure those with the sort of linguistic, sort of acrobatic
Brad has turned into
persuasion might be able to work it out.
Mrs. Malaprop. He turned into Mrs. Malaprop, rather unfortunately.
Right, Tom Price has indeed changed ends, so he's now bowling to Deploy, very full, and dug out up to mid-off, where Van Buren does the fielding. So it's just a brief outing from this end as we look at it from Tom Price before switching back again. Just the 4, I say just the 4 bowlers used so far. It is the 4 seamers. Just wonder whether they might give Charlesworth an over or 2 just to see what he's got before the tea break. Maybe not. Might not need him. Price in bowls, firm defence from Deploy, goes up to mid-off where Van Buren fields, and there's no run. You'd imagine unless Delanga is particularly expensive, that has the majority of the overs from the one end until that tea break, but we'll see.
Durham all out, 227, trailing by just 27 runs.
So no batting points.
Oh no, that'll upset somebody.
They had about 16 batting points coming into this. Price bowls to Deploy on drive. A couple of bounces up to mid-on. It's fumbled there by Dale, but not to any cost in terms of runs. Just have a look at that. I'm not sure it's quite that. Oh, no, it's actually 17. 17 batting points in 4 games. Gloucestershire have none.
Well, when you said that before, I barely believed you. How many of Derbyshire got? 6. Yeah.
First innings have been a real issue for Gloucestershire. And it's not just this season. Deploy with a carving back foot drive, but it's well stopped at backward point. More work for Zafar to do there, diving to his right-hand side this time. So probably have a nice graze on the right elbow to go with the one on the left elbow that he had the previous over.
Doesn't mind chucking himself about, does he?
No, he is, and that's one of the many reasons why Zafar is already a firm fan favourite at Bristol. Not just the wickets that he takes. Finished last season with 5 fifers in the last 5 championship matches.
Wow.
Price is there and bowls, and a leave from Deploy. Gets everything up and out the way of it. And through it goes to the gloves of Bracey. And also useful runs with the bat. And he just seemed to have a habit, and admittedly, yes, Gloucestershire did end up losing a lot of these games anyway, but without the runs of Zafar, they would have lost several games by more than
You'd have had more days off, is that what you're saying? I'd hate him for that.
I hadn't even thought about that. Last ball of the over from Price to deploy. Grunt of effort from Price, as he often does, but deploy calmly drops it away out into the covers, and that's the end of that over. 72 for 3 is the score. 36 to game, 17 to deploy, and really, Zaffer, everything that you would want in terms of somebody who can bowl an enormous number of overs. He bowled 65, I think it was, in the end, in an innings at Old Trafford last season, which set the record for Gloucestershire versus Lancashire.
I'm surprised.
But even if he doesn't contribute much early season in terms of pitches not being particularly friendly for spin bowling, you do know that you're going to get something with the bat. I mean, he's sort of on. I would say he probably is a bowling all-rounder. I think his batting is certainly, from what we've seen in the Gloucestershire shirt, his batting is certainly good enough to be called a bowling all-rounder rather than a useful bowler that bats. So you know what I suppose the thing is, it's sort of like Essex had with Harmer, really. You know that Harmer's going to contribute something with his slip catching, and one of the best slippers in the world, and he can bat usefully as well. You know you're going to get something from him, even if he's not going to take sackfuls of wickets on a green top in April.
You certainly don't have to hide him in the field. As you
And
do
no,
with,
exactly.
With some spinners, you sort of have to try and work out where they're going to go, don't you, really? He's fielding at a point, as he has done for pretty much the entire game so far. There's a short leg in place now as well for Marchant de Lange.
He's not even looking as he comes in and bowls.
No, he hasn't got any pads on either, and there's a short delivery. Fancy that. And it goes over Harry Kane's head by some considerable distance. One for the over, says umpire Chantry, although I'm still not entirely certain how many in an over you're allowed. So,
I believe it's supposed to be 2,
yes.
but I don't know if that's always necessarily kind of strictly adhered to.
I mean, Steve, as this is interesting, as this next delivery is turned into the leg side. I don't normally read, but it's not really praise. Turned into the leg side, fine by Harry Kane, and moves on to 37, 73 for 3. Steve at Stokes OS has just tweeted saying, "I knew you pair would get on. It's like listening to Blowers and Agnew all those years ago." Which one's which? And if I'm Agnew, I'm off.
If I'm Blowers, I'm off.
If I'm Agnew,
I didn't think I was that posh, was I?
Well, you're posher than I am. I would think. I don't know. We'll find out over the course of the next 2.5 days. I'm certainly not posh. Or Jonathan Agnew as Marchant de Lange bowls, and that is guided very nicely out towards the cover boundary off the back foot by Lears deploy for 4 more out towards the covers. That deploy moves on to 21, 77 for 3. I thought you'd enjoy that.
I did. I don't mention this very often, certainly not on air, but I did actually go to the same school as Jonathan Agnew.
Well, there we go then. That's all you need to know. I've no idea what school it was. But
No, it's all right.
I went to a public school, which doesn't mean everybody can go, for those who aren't familiar with public schools. But my headmaster, and I've said it many times before, and I don't mind saying it, as this next delivery from de Lange is short, and he just sways out of the way of it, does deploy, allows it to go through to Bracey. Was a man who, all that we knew about him was that he played cricket for Scotland. And it was Guy Willett. Not only did he play cricket for Scotland, but he played for a long, long time for Derbyshire and skippered them, and was indeed the club president way before I started doing, I think he'd even passed before I started doing Derbyshire, which was a real shame. But de Lange bowls, and that is guided backward of square this time for 4 more on the offside by Duploy. So de Lange, I think he's getting annoyed, which isn't necessarily a good thing. 81 without loss now, and Deploy's moved up to 25 off the 35 deliveries that he's faced, helped by 2 boundaries in the last 3 balls. Did de Lange play in the SA20?
Nope, he didn't, because he is now English qualified. So I think he would have had to have been. Well, he would have had to have been an overseas player. They did have something at some point. I'll come back to that.
Yes, DeLange bowls to deploy, turning to the leg side by the Derbyshire skipper for another single. He moves to 26 at the end of the over. 82 for 3. Harry Kane has 37.
So I think at one point in the predecessor to the SA20, so they were calling it all sorts of things. The Ram Slam T20 Challenge it was for a while. I think at some point it was just the CSA T20. But at some point they were allowing players to come back effectively. So people like Harmer, trying to think who else did it. I mean, I'm trying to think who else. So Olivier, I think, was another one when he was playing for Yorkshire, went back and played as local players. They allowed them to do that. But I think this time he would definitely have had to be an overseas player. But he did play in the IL T20.
Oh, right, yes.
The Emirates. Next delivery from Price, start of his 9th over, and deploy calmly off the back foot, gets in behind that and plays the ball up to Van Buren at mid-off.
It might have seemed a random question, but Leas Deploy played in it, presumably as an overseas player.
Yes, he was. He definitely was.
But he's not England qualified either. He's here on a, you'll enjoy this, on a Hungarian passport.
Oh.
Leas Deploy.
Oh, yes.
Played for the Joburg Super Kings.
Price bowls now to deploy, and a rising ball outside off stump is not offered at by deploy.
It's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, cricket is fairly bizarre a lot of the time. But so Deploy goes back to South Africa and plays as an overseas player, but won't be an overseas player in that nonsense in August when he plays for Hampshire, because he's not an overseas player, and therefore gets 125k as one of the big picks.
I suppose it shows you also what they think of him in South Africa, that they gave him that deal as an overseas. Price bowls to deploy forward to a full delivery, and once more Van Buren does the fielding at mid-off.
But then that becomes a worry if he suddenly becomes South African again. I mean, he's always going to be South African, but you know what I mean. Because there's already Haider Ali and Saranga Lakmal. I mean, he's not going to do it this year, clearly now, but you've already got 2 overseas, and it takes one of your overseas places away if he is the overseas.
Yep.
Well, he's been here since 2019, if not before. Certainly 2019 he was here.
He played some really breathtaking innings as well in that SA20. Price bowls, and just with soft hands, it's turned down towards third man by deploy. It's not gone too far, though, and they can only get a single. So deploy onto 27, and it's 82 for 3. No, it's 83 for 3. There goes the board.
When the last two of the big competitions, the white ball competitions, last August when he was down at Cardiff, he didn't get in the side to start with, but when he did, he scored big. And with the Joburg Super Kings, he wasn't in the side to start with, and he got in, and once he got in, he was just about the first name on the team sheet, I would have thought.
Yep. Price bowls to Kame, who struck on the pad, but it looked to be quite leg-sidey, and he was looking to work the ball out towards square leg. So I don't think that was an appeal which Neil Bainton was particularly considering. No run. Yeah, I mean, some of the shots as well. Yes, you're helped by the altitude at the Wanderers. The ball just flies up there on the Highveld, both there and Centurion. I mean, they're not massive grounds in terms of playing area as it is anyway, but then you add in the altitude factor. But even so, I mean, sort of reverse scoops for 6. Did he hit one off the back of his bat for 4 at one point? I'm remembering that shot. Extraordinary stuff. Price to the crease now and bowls, and Kame plays defensively into the leg side, and it's fielded at mid-wicket for no run by Marcus Harris. 83 for 3 the score. We've had 26 overs, around about 20 minutes to go until tea.
Yeah, it'll be a lengthy-ish final session. 12th man is on, helping Leas Deploy refuel with a drink and a wipe down. You can just about see the bandana that he wears underneath his helmet, but not quite, because he didn't really remove it completely.
Actually, sorry, I mean, that was one thing I heard somebody else talking about the other day in terms of when was the last time that a shot was kind of invented, you know, a new shot, because there's the nutmeg that Nat Siver's been playing through her legs, which is a shot that not many people have played, and she just had it
Fairly
named
sure
after
she
her.
did that here first in the World Cup. Anyway, I might be wrong.
No, I think that sounds
Yeah.
certainly sounds right to me. About that time, and then I suppose the Dill scoop, which was slightly different to the scoops which everybody plays.
DeLange bowls to deploy, who was just concerned for a moment that the ball wasn't actually going to go in front of him and was going to go behind him, but it did go in front in the end.
There are several people who are sort of credited, I think, with inventing the scoop to start with. One of them, trying to remember his name, is Zimbabwean. They played it against, I think it was Brett Lee, back in the early 2000s.
Brave. That one is carved away down to backward point. There is a man out there now. And they get through for another single. Deploy moves on to 28, 84, 4, 3. Well, there's nothing in the laws of the game that say you have to hit the ball with the flat side, is there?
Exactly.
I mean, like the hockey, and you can only hit the ball in a hockey match with the flat side. But certainly in cricket, you can use all of the bat. Otherwise, it wouldn't let you hit it with the edge, presumably.
I think it was, I think it was Doug Marillier, the Zimbabwean who played the scoop.
DeLange is in. Kane just pushes that out square on the offside, fielded by Zafar. And there is no run.
Yeah. About 2001 even, it was earlier than I thought it was.
Would you scoop Brett Lee? What's that all about?
I would be running as fast as I could in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
There was a video of Brett Lee actually on social media that did the rounds of him bowling to his son.
Oh, poor lad. DeLange bowls, Kane defends up to Price. No, Taylor at mid-on.
It was extraordinary. I mean, he still looks pretty much like he did in his playing days. I no idea how he's managed it. I mean, just in terms of facially as well as still looking as athletic as he did. As an old fast bowler, that can't be easy to do.
Played in the seniors tournament over the course of the winter, I think.
Right.
An international seniors thing in Dubai, as the next DeLange delivery is turned into the leg side by Harry Kane, who moves on to 38, 85 for 3.
And he bowled this delivery to his son, and on the video you can't see it because it's sort of on the pavement outside his house, and he bowls it so quickly you can't see it, right at the base of the stumps. His kid's got no pads at all. He's just actually standing bare feet in the street. He just absolutely zings this Yorker down. I mean, to give his son credit, he got his feet out the way of the ball, which is more than I'd have been able to do. Absolutely cleaned up, bowled.
Yeah, quite right too. You can't let the kids get away with anything. DeLange to complete his over, and it's cut away and brilliant. Is it brilliantly stopped? It is brilliantly stopped by Zafar at backward point, almost in the gully. Down to his right. I thought that one might have escaped him and raced away to the boundary, but it didn't. Deploy has 28. Kame has 38. 85 for 3 Derbyshire.
I mean, you might look at DeLange's figures 7 overs for 35 and think that he's been spraying the ball all over the place, but he hasn't really. It's just that when he has over-pitched slightly, it seems as if every time he's been driven away to the boundary, and at that pace that he bowls, that's what's going to happen some days. And he hasn't been firing the ball past James Bracey or bowling full tosses or anything like that. It's just been the odd ball, which has been maybe a bit too full or a bit too short.
Harry Kane got off the mark with an edge off him, didn't he?
Yeah, those 4 runs
So
you
can excuse a bit of it.
Here's Tom Price. He's in now and worked away down towards fine leg by Kane. There'll be a single. He did roll the wrists on that, I think, but Gloucestershire were giving the impression they felt that it was more inside edge than deliberate work down to fine leg, but give them the benefit of the doubt because I must admit couldn't really tell myself either way. He certainly styled it out anyway. Single taken by Harry Kane. He's on to 39.
I think that's all that matters, really, if you can style it out.
I mean, Gloucestershire weren't going to have that, but as far as we're concerned, style over substance every time, I always say.
Yeah, no question.
3 slips for Duploy. Price bowls to him, and it's dropped away into the leg side for a quick single. There's the deep backward square back, even for Ooh, hello. Yes, there's a deep backward square leg who was back on the boundary rope there. And the single was taken, but Tom Price then stared out to De Lange, who was the fielder on the boundary, as if to say, you should have been up inside the virtual ring there. He wasn't best pleased, was Tom Price, signalling with his hand as if to say should come up. 87 for 3. That means Kames now back on strike, and De Lange is now up for Kame at forward square leg. Price in and bowls, and it's clipped away by Harry Kame straight to De Lange at forward square leg. No run.
Didn't have to move.
No.
Adam Lyth's bagged himself a pair.
After his 150 last match against Glamorgan.
0 for 1. I only checked to see who it was, because obviously Shan Masood, who deserted Derbyshire last season.
Oh my word.
Oh, hello.
Sussex, not only are they 4 down, but I thought, no way, it's Pujara who's one of the wickets.
Is it?
Pujara and Smith are both out. Steve Smith is out for 3.
Excellent.
Price bowls to Kame, who struck fairly high up on the pad. There was a strangled appeal, but stifled quite quickly. Ball goes out towards gully. There's no run, but Price just bowling a ball fairly similar to the one that he got the wicket off to Haider Ali, but just a little bit shorter. So I think at least from this angle, I know it was height that may have been the issue. It was absolutely stone dead, the LBW that he got Haider Ali with. In comes Price, bowls with the loud grunt that I'm sure you can hear wherever you're listening. And the ball goes up to mid-on defensively from Kame. Zach Chappell's a grunter as well, isn't he, when he bowls? Because we had several of them in one Gloucestershire side. Van Buren was doing some bowling. He always likes a grunt. Tom Price gets into it as well, Zach Chappell.
Sam Connors grunts with the effort ball. It's a bit unfortunate, Cheteshwar Pujara. He's been caught behind by Peter Hanscom off the bowling of Tom Scriven. He's played an inside edge onto his pad.
Oh, gosh.
And it's gone through to the wicketkeeper.
In comes Tom Price, he bowls, and Kame this time very definitely does work it down to fine leg for another single, and he'll move on to 40, 88 for 3. It often does take, I suppose, with those sorts of players, so often something a bit freakish like that to get them out, doesn't it? So that is the first time that he has failed to score a century for Sussex after having reached 50 in the championship.
Steve Smith was trapped low before wicket by Vian Mulder.
Another LBW with clear problems. Can we sign Mulder up for England, do you think?
I think it was high.
So he's got 2 rough ones in a row?
I think
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
No. I definitely, but the umpire couldn't get his finger up quick enough. It looks high to me.
Just the ECB have said, OK, you can come, Steve Smith, but anything that hits your pad, you're out, mate.
You've gone. If you get a chance, have a look. It's, yeah, definitely, I think it's high. Marchant De Lange's just bringing in the man from the square leg boundary to right next to Neil Bainton at square leg, so he's got a bit of company. That's nice for him. In fact, the only man on the boundary now is down at, it is almost a fine leg as De Lange bowls to Kame, who pushes it up to Matt Taylor at mid-on, and there's no run.
I just thought, you just see Sussex 4 down. Obviously, I suppose one of them had to be out, but you can imagine that it was both. Tom Alsop's still there on 63. We haven't come to watch you bat.
Wow. Yeah, hope the national boys are there. Goes De Lange again, balls to Kame, who drives, and it's aerial, and it's backward of square, and it's 4 runs, but he wasn't in control of that one, Harry Kame, by any stretch of the imagination. So another unfortunate boundary scored off Marchant De Lange. Harry Kame won't care. He's moved on to 44, and Derbyshire up to 92 for 3.
He's a good-natured individual, is De Lange, and I don't think he will take his frustrations out on whoever he's bowling to, other than when he actually bowls the ball. But it's got to be irritating for him. 0 for 39 off 7.2 overs now.
He's in again and bowls, and that one is clipped nicely into the leg side by Harry Kame this time. It might be 4 more, and the ball is slowing up and it's being pursued, but it gets to the boundary rope. And he now moves on to 48, 1 shy of his highest score of the season in his only other innings. So he's got a 49 and a 48 not out. So it's been a good start to Harry Kane, who must have felt a little bit of pressure coming into the side to replace the dropped former skipper Billy Godleman. 96 for 3. Now, I'll do one more ball because I can already hear Wesley doing the news. See if we can get him to his 50 here, Harry Kane. 48 not out of 77 deliveries. DeLange bowls 2 and he tries to pull this away and could only really, well, he could have got a top edge for 4, but he could have helped it straight into the hands of wicketkeeper James Bracey. Had he been slightly unfortunate, he didn't, which is good.
Well, I must admit, it's just a trick of the angle, but it almost looked as if it had deviated for a moment off glove or bat.
I'm trying to think how we got out, but I can't. Against Leicestershire as DeLange bowls, and this time he pushes it out into the offside. He's not going to play ball at all here, Harry Kane, although I've still probably got a minute. 1 ball left of the DeLange over.
Another wicket for Van der Huchten down at Cardiff. 3 for 13 in 8 overs. Oof. He's now got latest victim Brett D'Oliveira for 2. Azarali's still there on 34, but
of course.
They look as if they're going down and fast.
DeLange in. That's whipped away into the leg side by Kane. Straight to a fielder at mid-wicket. Or the fielder at mid-wicket. 96 for 3. Kane has 48. Deploy has 29. You'll never do Van der Huchten as good as Nick Webb.
No.
And I don't even try.
He's had a lot of practice,
well,
though,
he
to be honest.
He has.
Been there for a while. Yorkshire have already lost a wicket in their... Well, pardon me, we mentioned that, didn't we? That was the Adam Lyth pair. So 2 for 1 after 2 overs. Shan Masood, he's a few eyes on his performance. Warwickshire 9 down at tea against Essex at Edgbaston. So Hassan Ali and Oliver Hannon-Dolby are still there. I wonder if Hannon-Dolby's going to do another one of his ridiculous innings from number 11, where he stays there for about 5,000 deliveries, scoring about 2. He's already on 5, though, actually, without scoring a boundary. But he does play these sorts of innings where he can hang around for a very long time. So Essex aren't through yet. Warwickshire have a lead of 67 after having bundled Essex out for 126 yesterday. Change of bowling, and we've got Zafar Gohar into the attack for the first time. Slip and a short leg. Zafar bowls his slow left armers to Duploy, and it is defended up the pitch of his first delivery. Surrey 155 for 3 against Middlesex, with Rory Burns making 88. Zafar in. Back towards his stumps goes Deploy to knock that one into the onside, straight to Dent at short mid-wicket. Couple more wickets for Ryan Higgins. Been unusually expensive, 9 overs for 49, but he has picked up both Burns and Ryan Patel. Down the pitch comes Deploy, clips it straight to short mid-wicket. There's the inevitable throw back towards the stumps from Dent, but Deploy was always getting back there. So Surrey 160 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 209 all out, trailing by just 49 runs. Zafar bowls to Deploy, again it's back of a length, allowing Deploy to play it off the back foot. Dent in action yet again. No run. Notts 50 without loss in reply to Northamptonshire's 158. With Brett Hutton claiming 5 for 37 for Nottinghamshire. He's been in superb form so far this season. Zafar bowls to Deploy, who works that one away just past Zafar in his follow-through, but only as far as mid-on, where Tom Price can do the fielding. There's no run. Ben Duckett, 34 not out from 33 deliveries. Hamid is 13 not out from, won't surprise you to know, slightly more deliveries, or slightly higher.
I like him.
Well, actually fewer in terms of scoring rate, I should say. So that's cut away this time by Deploy, but they've got a fielder out at deep backward point. And so it's just the single, Deploy to 30. He'll keep the strike, spoils the maiden over from Zafar Gohar. It's 97 for 3. Hamid, that is, or Duckett.
I see. Well, I like Duckett as well. Duckett always deserved this second chance that he seems to have taken with both hands. Hasn't played a test match in this country, which I find absolutely staggering, but almost certainly will play Ireland at least. And then if he gets 2 ducks, he'll be dropped and discarded, I'm sure, for Johnny Bairstow. But yeah, Hasib Hamid, I thought he was poorly dealt with by Lancashire back in the day when they gave him an ultimatum to regain his form or he'd be out. And you're thinking, well, hang on.
Yeah.
There's regain your form, son, and you're out. And there's, look, well, let's try and find you regain your form, because he's a pretty decent batsman in my book. But hey ho, and a former Bolton School pupil as well. So Delanga begins a new one. That's got nothing to do with anything. Begins a new over to Leas Deploy, who picks up a single off the first ball out towards the point boundary. He moves to 31, 98, 4-3. And it brings Harry Kane back onto strike on 48.
But I was still interested to hear it, though.
Well, that's very kind of you to say so.
There you go.
3 former Bolton School pupils at a minimum.
Josh Bohannon?
Well,
Is he another
4.
one?
He's the one who popped into. He's certainly from Bolton, but
Right.
whether he's from Bolton School, I'm not 100% certain. I imagine he probably is. But
I just remember that he's from Bolton
Yeah.
because he scored a double century against Gloucestershire last season.
good player. Next delivery to Harry Kane, flicked into the leg side. Now he's only going to get 1 for this, so he'll move on to 49. And Derbyshire move up to 99 for 3. Both Parkinsons went there as well.
Ah, right. I mean, the reason just because he scored the double century, and Scott Reed in his updates to Radio Manchester likes to mention Bolton's Josh Bohannon.
Yes.
You know, he likes to get his localities in there.
Yeah, so we all enjoy. Obviously, I'm a Bolton resident. There's Delanga bowls to deploy. That one is pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. I'm not sure if he went to Bolton School or not. I bet he probably did.
I don't think he says Johannesburg's Dane Villas, though.
No.
I'm actually not sure if Dane Villas was born in Johannesburg. I'm just checking. Yes, he was. I thought he was. Just checking.
Doesn't even say. As in goes Delanga again, and that is driven gloriously by Leas to play out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Gets the applause. The century is up for Derbyshire. They're 103 4-3. Deploy moves on to 35 now. The partnership also a half-century stand, 53 off 79 deliveries. Harry Kane waits at the non-striker's end. Yeah, it doesn't say where he went to skip. Barely says anything about him, in all honesty, on this encyclopedia-style website. As Delanga is in again, a balls to deploy. This time digs a full-length delivery out, and it goes out towards the covers. They might come back for a second here, and they will. There was a tumbling stop. Who is that out there? In the
That is Zafar.
Is that Zafar's out
Yeah.
there now? Is he? My apologies to him.
Well, the ball was kind of bobbling a bit
Yeah,
out
it was
towards
a
him.
tricky
So I
one.
did quite well, I think, just to make sure that he knocked it down and saved the boundary.
Yeah, it was a tricky one, wasn't it?
Just seeing Harper Green.
Oh, well,
mean anything
no.
to
Well,
you?
yes, absolutely. Well, if he went to Harper Green School, he definitely didn't go to Bolton School. That's one of the comprehensives in Bolton, the Farmworth area, where everybody who's born in Bolton is actually born in Farmworth, because that's where the hospital is. So you see a lot of footballers born in Farmworth. As Delanga is in and bowls, back foot shot from Leas Deploy, whose cry of no was enough to send Harry Kane scuttling back into his crease. End of the Delanga over. 9 overs for 51, bless him. Marchant Delanga hasn't bowled anywhere near what those figures might suggest. 105 for 3, came 49. Deploy 37.
Yeah, if anything, Delanga has been guilty of overpitching. Just if you were to level a criticism at him, I agree. I don't think he's bowled as badly as 9 overs for 51, but he probably has bowled a few too many drive me balls to deploy. At the same time, the ball's moving about. You're trying to pitch the ball up to get wickets, so you know. This will be the last over before tea with Zafar bowling, and that's clipped away towards backward square leg by Kame, and there won't be a run there with the fielder fairly well set back behind square, saving the single. It's Dale who's in that position. Still the slip in the short leg. Zafar bowls to Kame, who's reaching forward, defends studiously up to mid-on, and there's no run. to send my pen absolutely flying.
Excellent.
Contort myself to reach underneath the chair for it. Apologies. Zaffer to Kame for defence, goes back up the pitch. He's running out of deliveries to reach his 50 before the tea break. I'm assuming that they are going to take tea fixed at 10 past
Yes.
rather than wait till 32 overs remain.
No. As far as I'm aware, absolutely.
Zaffer round the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Kame. He's on the back foot and driving straight to short extra cover, and there's no run as Dent picks up. So, as you, I think, estimated a very long time ago, there will be 35 overs in the evening session.
It's all about knowing the game, Ed.
Zaffer bowls to Kame, reaches forward, big stride in there. Charlesworth scuttles out from short leg to field.
Quick one from Nick about the Bretley bowling at his son. He says he prefers it when he scared Piers Morgan to death. Afternoon, Nick.
Right, last ball before tea, and deep cover has gone out. So it's a single there. Zaffer bowls to Kame, who clips away into the leg side, sets off for a single and is sent back by Duploy and on striker's end. Dale Fields tosses the ball to umpire Jack Shantry. And that is the end of that session. 32 overs bowled in that session, 2 hours and 11 minutes in the end. So Zaffer may have to bowl a bit more in the evening session. Just bowled the 2 overs there. Derbyshire 105 for 3, 2 wickets to Dale. The wickets of Guest for 12, Madsen for 2, and Price, the other wicket, that of Haider Ali for 2. And it's Kame and Duploy with a 55-run partnership who take Derbyshire to tea. And for Gloucestershire, with that partnership going quite strongly, tea's probably come at a fairly good point.
Just going to make the point, it's probably a session of 2 halves, isn't it? The
Yeah.
first half, 50 for 3. The second half, well, 55 without loss. So Derbyshire have recovered nicely from being 50 for 3, but 3 wickets down. I'm sure Gloucestershire get 3 wickets in a session. That's your minimum requirement, really, and they've got that. We will return, Ed Seaborn and myself, in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, but certainly by past, I would have thought, or just after, or near enough. But we will be back, rest assured, unless we're not. See you soon.
terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, two good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere, concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, two good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere, concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Oh! Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
Came on 49 and Liz to play on 37. Derbyshire 105 for 3. Ajit Singh Dale with a couple of wickets and Tom Price with the other as Derbyshire were reduced to 50 for 3. But they recovered nicely. This current partnership between Came and Deploy is worth 55. And we can only apologise for anybody who had to suffer Ed's back during that tea and because apparently Anyway, the laptop hit the camera, which, yeah. Go on.
Matt Taylor then to start things off after tea. Bowls full to Deploy, who forces it up to Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on, and there's no run. Interestingly, the board over there says -1 for the over rate, but as everybody saw through the tea interval, was talking to the Gloucestershire scorer, Adrian Bull, who assures me that it is +1 on the over rate, and I know that for a fact that it is +1. In comes Taylor over the wicket, bowling to Deploy, who's edging and caught behind. And it's an early wicket after tea for Gloucestershire. James Bracey pouches the catch. Deploy doesn't want to leave the crease, but it's just in frustration, really, at having got out, I think, rather than anything to do with a decision from Jack Shantry. Just stood there in disbelief for a moment. Disbelief turned to disgust, and he walks off rather lugubriously towards the pavilion, having made 37, played some beautiful shots before the tea break, but he's out second ball of the evening session for 37, 105 for 4.
He got out for 96. Second ball after they resumed after a rain break against Leicestershire, and I did say that he has a slight issue with starting, and it's proved again for poor old Leas Deploy.
If you were Gloucestershire, that's exactly what you would have been hoping, that he would have started maybe slightly nervously, given how he started the innings with a couple of quite airy-fairy drives off the bowling of Dale, and that one wasn't really quite like that. It wasn't, you know, a kind of a rash shot or anything, I don't think. It was just a ball that angled across him, and he just followed it, whereas I suspect, having got his eye in before the tea break, he wouldn't have played at that ball before tea. He'd have just left it alone. So I don't think, I've had to look back at it again. I haven't seen the replay, but yeah, I've just seen it now. It was a ball that he certainly didn't have to play at, but it did swing from Matt Taylor. So it's a nice piece of bowling, nice length, and an edge behind for Bracey to catch, which means Matt Taylor has his first championship wicket of the season. He's bowled beautifully so far. Let's see if he can keep it going. And we've got a debutant. Mitch Wagstaff is out there facing his first ball, and it's defended away into the onside. Somebody's got to go and pick the ball up. Eventually, Van Buren decides to do it. De Lange was the fielder at mid-wicket, and Dale was at mid-on. So two big, fast bowlers who were sort of looking at the ball and hoping somebody else was going to go and deal with it. In the end, Van Buren's come all the way from mid-off to pick it up. So, early wicket for Gloucestershire, and they get the debutant out there. And there's Harry Kame, who's still on 49 and on striker's end. Matt Taylor in and bowls to Wagstaff. It's outside the off stump. And another away swinging delivery from Matt Taylor, but this time Wagstaff leaves it alone. Doesn't look as if he's particularly nervous out there. It's a tall figure. Certainly going to have to bang it in considerably if they want to bowl a bouncer to him. But he's not showing any signs of nerves in the early going. A couple of confident, well, one play and one leave to start his innings. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's a beauty, which this time you certainly can't fault Wagstaff for playing at that, because that was right on the line of about fourth stump, and it swung away from him, and it would have been a ball that he would have absolutely felt that he had to play out of Matt Taylor's hands, and then it just continued to move away from him. Outside edge beaten, and it goes through to Bracey. Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on is doing something that I'm not sure I've ever seen a fielder do before. I'll come back to in a moment, because in comes Matt Taylor. He's there and bowls back of a length and left alone. Didn't mean to bowl it quite there, and in fact he's called it a wide. Umpire Jack Chantry, that's not something you see very often in championship cricket, but Matt Taylor carves away at the follow-through. There's none of that green sawdust down on that side of the stumps. There's a fair amount of green sawdust down where the right arm bowls over the wicket, but not there. He just was content to dig away rather than put some down. Taylor bowls to Wagstaff. That's another lovely delivery, which is on a good length, swinging away again. And it's past the outside edge for the second time in the over. But earlier in the over, the outside edge was found of Duploy, and he had to depart. So another successful over for Matt Taylor, just the wide from it. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6 so far. And Kane will get a chance to bring up his 50. So before he was ready to come in and bowl, because it will be Singh Dale to resume things, he had his cable knit sweater tied round his waist.
Oh, nice.
I don't think I've seen anybody do on a cricket field. I mean, just looked as if he was
not away from the village green.
Casually sort of, yeah, well, that, or just, you know, on a kind of casual tour around a European city or something like that.
Strewed across his shoulders, tied around his chest.
Lovely.
Here he comes then, Ajit Singh Dale, bowling to Harry Kame on 49, and he clips that away, and that will be his half-century. His 4th in first-class cricket. Harry Kame, he will just flex the knees at the far end before raising his bat to the crowd, to all parts of the crowd as well. That's nice to see, not just the pavilion. 50 off 88 deliveries, and he's hit just 7 fours in that. He deserves it. He got to 49 in the last match, so now he's got to 50. Well done, Harry Kame.
And those runs, I would say, probably worth more than 50, given the situation as well. And coming out, having lost the toss on a green pitch under grey skies with the floodlights on.
Yeah.
Tough runs.
Fair point. Mitch Wagstaff, tall figure, left-handed, waits for Singh Dale and plays and misses at that one. He's played and missed at nearly every delivery that he's faced so far. I bet the nerves are massive. He's played 50 over cricket for Derbyshire. Played a lot last season in the 58. In fact, he made a first ball duck in, I think, his first time he batted, opening the batting as well, which must have been a bit of a psychological blow, but he did well after that. He's done okay so far. He's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 deliveries, and he has seen the ball go past the edge a few times. And comes Singdale again, and that one he leaves. There we go, that's better. Allows it to go through to James Bracey. That'll make him feel a lot better. This is the difference between playing academy and then a bit of second 11 cricket and jumping straight into the cauldron, well, of first-class cricket in the second division of the county championship in a game between the 2 bottom sides. Is that a cauldron?
Well, I don't know. I was sort of transported to somewhere like Gaul, you know,
Yeah.
40 degree heat.
It's been unbelievable. Next delivery, and he turns this one into the leg side, but there isn't a single for him there as it's fielded by Zafar.
You know, the sort of baying crowd on the fort in the distance, the pressure on.
I think that's exactly what this is like.
I think it is exactly the same.
Exactly what this is like. I imagine that when he walked out, the adrenaline was pumping, and then that will just suppress the nerves slightly, but he's just got to get a grip on himself, really. He's very correct in his stance as he waits for Singdale to bowl, and he almost edges that. Taken by Bracey. It's been quite the introduction to first-class cricket for young Mitch Wagstaff. He's been in and around the first team, done a lot of 12th manning and stuff like that. But it's not quite the same as Mitch, you're playing.
Yes, I called it quite early after his first 2 balls, and he was looking quite confident out there. He played a nice-looking defensive shot and then a really confident-looking leave, and unfortunately he's not laid bat on ball since then.
Well, when he gets his first run, he'll settle down, I'm sure. He waits now. Singdale bowls tripping, then he gets bat on ball and turns it into the leg side. And it's the end of the over, so just the single that brought Harry Kame's half-century up off that over. Get more applause now, Will Kame. Well done, Harry. 107 for 4. Wagstaff yet to get off the mark. It's funny because Harry Kame probably looks younger than Mitch Wagstaff. He's not, but Harry Kame looks 12. He's just got such a boyish face. And he's not very tall either, which always makes people, in my eyes, look younger.
They're getting younger and younger.
Well, they are. It's remarkable. It's remarkable.
Right.
Good point, well made.
Matt Taylor to continue. He did have a brief foray round the wicket. Just, I think maybe even in his last over that he bowled in his first spell, but he's over the wicket to Kame down the leg side, and I almost said wided, but I had to stop myself. That's dreadful. We've only been doing championship cricket for, well, to be honest, I haven't been doing championship cricket for a month, or over a month, because I've probably only been doing it for about 2 games, but we're solidly in championship mode. Yes, the T20 is coming up, so okay, but I have no idea why my mind was almost going to wide. Taylor bowls to Kame, who's right in behind that one, playing it up the pitch for Taylor to field off his own bowling.
But wide's in first-class cricket, one of which we've already seen.
I was going to say, I think that was also part of it, the fact that he did bowl one in the previous over.
You don't see many, do you?
Nope. And really, normally, they almost have to be off the cut strip to be a wide, in which case, if it lands off the cut strip, it's a no ball.
Yes.
So really, there's quite a short landing area if you want to be widened in first-class cricket, which I'm not sure too many people do. Taylor bowls to Kame, who gets bat on ball once more off the back foot in defence, and no run once again. 6.5 overs for 6 runs for Taylor, but one of those was that wide. Gloucestershire, you mentioned the blast off that Derbyshire
we're all excited for the blast off, of course.
Can tell from your tone of voice, but Gloucestershire have to wait a little bit longer for their first T20 action of the year, 24th of May, so 12 days and about an hour and 45 minutes away.
Excellent.
Against Kent at Canterbury to start things off. Taylor does move round the wicket now, bowls a low full toss, I think that was in the end, which is punched up to mid-on by Harry came and there's no run. He might be slightly annoyed that he didn't get a run out of that.
You can't beat a local derby to begin with, can you?
Well, having said that, though, I mean, actually, Gloucestershire did lose to Kent at Canterbury last season, but they have tended to have the number over Kent in T20 cricket, particularly at Bristol. So, although that one's at Canterbury, obviously, as in comes Taylor, bowls, and came defenders into the covers, fielded by Van Buren, Gloucestershire's captain, and there is no run. But then they play Glamorgan in 2 days' time after that, on May the 26th. And again, it's another one of those ones where actually the last fixture bucked the trend, where Gloucestershire, in their last completed fixture against Glamorgan, did beat them in 2021, in a game in which Glenn Phillips played probably the most extraordinary shot I've ever seen live. Because some of Deploy's shots in the SA20 might have come close. In comes Taylor, bowls very full, and it's a check driven really came up to mid-off where Ajit Singh Dale fields. There's no run. End of the over, 107 for 4. But Phillips's shot was off Dan Douthwaite, and he played a kind of full-blooded, wristy reverse sweep, which went into the flats at Bristol. And I know it's not a long boundary, but it's still some hit to play like that. But the thing that made it even more incredible was that he started off with his feet an entire set of stumps outside leg stump. He was trying to get Douthwaite to bowl exactly the ball that he bowled, got it, and reverse swept it for 6. I haven't seen a shot like that live before then, and probably won't for a while.
Singdale begins a new over, bowls to Mitch Wagstaff. That squares him up a bit. He goes off an edge down into the gully region. Still waiting for his first run in first-class cricket. Mitch Wagstaff, 10 deliveries faced now.
But before that, of course, all starts. There's the small matter of Division 2 leaders Durham in a county championship match at Bristol, starting on the 18th.
Lovely. Here is Singdale in and bowls to Wagstaff, who's pulled this round the corner off a top edge. That's the way he's going to get off the mark in first-class cricket, but he was willing to take on the short delivery. Delanga does the fielding down below us, and Wagstaff off the mark. Derbyshire up to 108 for 4. Derbyshire play on the Saturday, which is the 20th. I think it's 2:30 at Edgbaston, part of that double header. They play Lancashire, Yorkshire take on Warwickshire, and then the following Friday they go to Trent Bridge. I've never seen Derbyshire beat Nottinghamshire in a T20 match, but I have only been doing it since 2016, so I think it's 2014 or 15 the last time they beat them. Singdale into bowl to Harry Kane. That one is a leading edge out into the offside. It was in the air for a long, long time. Bounced short of the man in the covers, who's wearing both kinds of sweaters. Unfortunately, he's got his cable knit over his other one.
Yeah, that is Marcus Harris.
It's just irritating. Ben Charlesworth has now donned the cable knit. He's just been brought out for him. He's fielding at first slip. You can just see the number 64 through it. It must be quite a thin cable knit, that. As Singdale is in again, and Harry came again, squared up. The ball goes up to mid-off. And Buren fields, but a couple of false shots in quick succession.
Speaking about that sort of thing, I have never seen Gloucestershire win at the Aegeus Bowl. But then even if I had been doing Gloucestershire since the inception of T20 cricket, I wouldn't have seen Gloucestershire win at the Aegeus Bowl. Wow. They have never won there. Of course, they weren't in the same group when it was in the 3 groups. You know, there was that Midlands, West Wales group, basically the everyone else group. So they weren't in the same group for a bit.
That's what we called it. This one is defended by came up to, we didn't, up to mid-on. And there's no run.
North group, South group, and everybody else.
Well, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Makes perfect sense.
So there were a few years where they didn't play, but they have never won there, and they have a really, you know, and Gloucestershire, of course, have had great not white ball because it wasn't, great one-day sides of the past, and even they struggled to win.
That's remarkable, isn't it? That is remarkable.
I mean, that would have just about coincided with the end of the golden years, the GS Bowl.
Singdale bowls and came this time, guides it very nicely in between the gully and the point. And they come back for 2 runs. He'll move on to 52, 110 for 4 at the end of Singdale's 8th over. 2 for 21, his figures. 31 overs left, so a couple of hours from now. So that's 10 to 7. It'll be 7 o'clock-ish by the time we get away. Well, by the time we get out of this commentary box initially. Probably 7:30 before we get away tonight, but quite frankly, it could be 10 o'clock tonight. At least we've seen some cricket.
Yeah. Just been so, particularly from Gloucestershire's point of view, starved of any cricket to watch. I'd be happy to watch it, like you say, until
I was just
midnight.
waiting for you to say how tedious yesterday afternoon was when you were forced to talk to me for 2 hours.
Not at all. Matt Taylor bowls to Wagstaff, who gets the ball on the stumps, keeps it out, plays it into the leg side for no run. De Lange does the fielding. The only concern would be what the light will be like in an hour and a bit's time.
It shouldn't really deteriorate much beyond this if the clouds don't get any darker, really, because it's going to stay light until 9:30, isn't it?
You'd hope so. And you can, you can
we'll be here then, but
just about make out the shadows cast by the floodlights, but only just. So anyway, we'll remain optimistic as we always are.
No, that's
never anything else. Field has gone into a backward square leg position. Mid-on's in quite close as well, and Taylor bowls on leg stump, allowing Wagstaff to clip it past the fielder who'd been moved in close at short leg, and that will be 2 runs. So Wagstaff moves on to 3, 112 for 4. Just a little bit leg side. She's been doing this quite a lot. Matt Taylor is picking the sort of mud clumps of grass, whatever it is, out of his, out of his bowling boots carefully every time he goes back to his mark. Taylor bowls full. It's, oh, goodness me, I thought he'd pulled off an incredible one-handed catch for a moment there, Matt Taylor. It was punched back towards him in the air. It's hard to tell from this position whether that was a dropped catch or whether it was a half volley, but live I thought it might have been drop, but to get down low in his follow-through and take a one-handed catch, even if it wasn't absolutely smashed back at him, a tricky ask, but actually, I don't know, I'd have to slow it down looking at the replay. He might have half-volleyed it, actually.
I couldn't tell. I have to say, I couldn't tell.
I still can't tell him looking at the replay. Taylor in, bowls, bit further back of a length, outside off stump, and no stroke from Wagstaff. Certainly would have been a nervous moment.
His heart would have been in his mouth, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? His heart would have been in his mouth. No question. Just seemed to stop on him a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones where it's landed right at his hand almost as he's put it down level with the ground. And he'll be thinking, you know, if only I could have just closed my fingers round it, but very tricky. Gloucestershire have had a few tricky chances which haven't fallen their way. 2 off Harry Kame's bat, 1 in the first over. Would have been an extraordinary one-handed catch from Miles Hammond before Kame had even scored. And then Marcus Harris put down a real kind of flyer in the gully. She got 2 hands too. It was going quickly and it was going above his head. There's another one where I thought for a moment that he had actually managed to pull the catch off. So it's potentially 2, maybe 3 sort of half to 3/4 chances for Gloucestershire. Taylor to Wagstaff, who's confidently forward, playing it back to the bowler for no run.
I spoke to Nigel at tea, and he seemed to think that the Marcus Harris chance was very, very tricky as well. He said it was above his head, and I absolutely couldn't agree more. But it was straight to him, really, wasn't it? It went very quickly, but it was straight to more sawdust being applied. Now, I don't know whether they brushed the sawdust away.
Yeah, I'm not sure,
tea.
actually. Maybe they did. I hadn't seen any to start this session, but I hadn't really made a mental note of whether there was anything before that.
I think there was.
Right.
I think there was. I just think they might have basically brushed it away at tea.
It does look
when they were tidying up.
Something slightly disgusting about it. I don't know why, but it's sort of green,
It is very green.
icky colour. In comes Taylor, bowls, Wagstaff tries to flick it into the leg side, but Doesn't get very much on it, and it dribbles up to Dale at mid-on, and there's no run. 112 for 4. Taylor's still... In fact, he's done this for about the last 3 or 4 overs, where he's just conceded exactly 1 run off his over, because he's still keeping up in terms of runs and overs. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. And Derbyshire, 112 for 4, 30 overs remaining in the second day, but the first day of the match.
A lot of the fielders out there are just picking bits of grass out from their spikes. They will be clogging up, no question about it, because it is, well, it's clearly still damp out there. As Singdale begins a new over from the city end, and that's flicked wristily for 4 runs out to the square leg boundary. Nice shot from Harry Kane. Off his pads, it hasn't gone for 4 at all. When Marchant de Lange has kept it in somehow. I think the ball stopped, and de Lange ran around from long leg and basically picked it up. They ran 3 though. Harry Kane moves to 55, 115 for 4.
Must admit, I didn't actually see it either, because
Well, you can't.
if I leant forward, I might be able to see it, but if I lean back, it will look rather creepy to Devon Malcolm in the box next to me, and he's not somebody that I would wish to upset in any
Well,
way.
unless he's got his contacts in, he wouldn't be able to see it because his glasses are on the top of his head, Dev, so his eyesight is famous. That one is not dealt with brilliantly by young Wagstaff. He was trying to turn it into the leg side, a short ball that climbed on him, and it actually dribbled out into the offside in the end, but he's still there. Just dig in, Mitch, dig in. There won't be a person inside this ground who isn't willing him to score a few runs on debut. Always nice when you get off to a decent start in your career. He's on 3. Harry Kane has 55, 115 for 4. As Singdale is in once more from the city end, and again he takes on the short ball. He's not afraid to take that on. Twice he's done it. Once he got a top edge and the ball looped down towards fine leg. That time he missed it completely, and it went through to Bracey behind the stumps.
We've almost got 2 fielders standing one in front of the other, really. But I mean, in schoolboy cricket, that would be something that you'd be absolutely rounded on for. But here, where they've got basically a leg gully and a fine leg, they're both actually legitimately in the action.
Marchant de Lange's having a conversation with a few of the Derbyshire fans down below us. He's close enough to see the magnificence of his moustache. As Singdale bowls, and he just prods forward there. Does Wagstaff. Not easy conditions in which to make a debut, of course. Ball goes past the edge of his bat and through to the keeper with the lights on, dark clouds up above, 4 wickets down. I mean, he normally opens. He certainly opened in white ball cricket, whether he opens in all forms of red ball cricket, I'm not entirely certain.
De Lange's getting some more advice down there.
Yes, he'll be.
He'll be engaged. He's loving it.
He seems happy enough, doesn't he?
loving
Chatting to the Derbyshire fans just down to our right. As Singdale is in again, and that one is turned into the leg side by Wagstaff, and goes up to mid-on. They're having a proper conversation. He's leaning on the fence, chatting to him. He's very lucky. He's very blessed. I just heard him say it. So he must be talking about his family.
Well,
I imagine.
He would be blessed to be bowling 40 overs in a day if he was made to.
Yeah.
That is just how he is.
He's fielding just inside the boundary rope. In fact, he's got his heels on the boundary rope. As Singdale bowls, that one is edged, and I'm not sure that carried to second slip. It's Dent, isn't it? Second slip. Yep. And he picks up another single. Does Wagstaff. He moves on to 4 and keeps the strike. Kame has 55, 116 for 4. Now Derbyshire, it's been a bit of a struggle since tea, I think it's fair to say, in very tricky conditions. But they've lost just the 1 wicket since tea. They haven't added too many runs, in fairness, just 11. 10 in the last 5 overs.
Yeah, so my first interview with de Lange was after day 2 of Glamorgan, where he bowled 24 overs in the day.
Blimey.
It was hard work. The pitch, which had been quite spicy on day one because it wasn't covered for several minutes, as that's a full delivery from Matt Taylor, which Wagstaff can drive away into the covers. He'll get a couple of runs here. Van Buren sends the throw in on the bounce to Bracey, but an easy 2 taken. Wagstaff to 618 for 4.
Was it not just half of it, or did it move across the square a bit and then break down?
Well, yes, that's true. Yes, so it was kind of half of it, but then they had to get it out the way because they brought this green matting on to cover the pitch with, and they were unrolling this matting, and it was going sideways, so it missed the pitch at the far end. It was just absolute comedy stuff. Taylor bowls back of a length. Wagstaff rises up to drop that one down into the ground and play it out to backward point for no run.
Taylor slipped then as he delivered that ball. He wasn't happy with the footmarks at all. He didn't quite limp away, and he's not limping now, but that is the concern in conditions like this, isn't it? We've had so much rain that a bowler will come a cropper at some point. Nobody wants that. We saw Ben Aitchison do it a couple of seasons ago up at Durham at lunchtime on a practice pitch that they were told not to bowl on, and they bowled on it, and he went over on his ankle, and that was the end of his season.
Gosh, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. Taylor bowls a bouncer. It's cut in the air. It's flying over the slip cordon, but it went quite a long way up and won't actually have enough on it to go to the boundary, and they'll end up with 2 runs. I mean, you did the important thing there, Wagstaff, to get it over the top of the slip cordon. It was never going to be a catch with no third man in place, but even that one, I'm not really sure that Matt Taylor would have been meaning to bowl that way. Certainly wouldn't be meaning to bowl it wide and short if he was even meaning to bowl it short. 2 more runs to the total, 120 for 4. But, you know, in wet conditions, injuries do happen. I mean, Benny Howell did his hamstring back in 2018, I think it was, at the Oval, when they came back out late in the evening, when most of the crowd had gone home in a T20. And he did his hamstring and was out for a considerable period of time.
Nobody wants to see that.
These sorts of things happen, I'm afraid. Taylor bowls, flicked away by Wagstaff, but straight to Dale at wide mid-on. There's no run. I'm certainly not suggesting by any means that it's unplayable out there. I don't think anybody would say that it was, but at the same time, you do have to be so careful in conditions like this.
I've seen unplayable this season, apart from yesterday, obviously, but when they have been playing, the last day at Leicester, the outfield didn't look playable at all to me.
Taylor stomps in again, bowls, and is there an edge on that one? There is this time. Taylor's got his second wicket in fairly similar fashion to his first. Got rid of Deploy for 37, and Wagstaff falls the same manner. Caught Bracey, bowled Taylor, just a little gentle away swing maybe, and Wagstaff just following it ever so slightly, getting the outside edge. James Bracey takes another easy catch behind the stumps. 5 down, Derbyshire for 120.
Yeah, this disappointing end really for Mitch Wagstaff. He's looking at his bat as he walks off, but he had prodded at a few in that maiden first-class innings, which won't live long in the memory, I don't think. But he was happy to take on the short ball, which is always good to see. The umpires are having a chat now, and if they're going to get the light meter out. Lewis Rees comes out, who was an opener by trade. It was at this point, and roughly this number of runs on the board, 122 in the 39th over or the 40th over, that Leicestershire were dismissed in the last match played here in their first innings. But Derbyshire still got 5 wickets left.
He's not a bad number 7, is he, Lewis Rees?
He's a very good number 7, yeah, absolutely.
It's extraordinary to see him batting down there, really.
Well, he replaced Anuj Dal, who picked up that side strain we were talking about earlier, and he just slotted straight into his place. So, and then Matt Lambs was batting at 6, so Mitch Wagstaff comes in at 6. I suppose it sort of makes sense, but
yeah. Well, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, especially in this situation where you've got an established top order player in, it shouldn't make masses of difference. I suppose it's only when you end up running out of partners, but at the moment, really shouldn't be any different. But predictably, I suppose, given the general weather conditions, the ball is still doing a fair bit in this 39th over. So it's Rees, another left-hander for Taylor to bowl at. He's in now and bowls very full. And Rees keeps it out, plays it back up the pitch. So he was struggling a bit in that over with where his feet were landing there, Matt Taylor, but he has picked up a second wicket. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 12. He has 120 for 5. They've actually filled in, which they'd done, I think, for the right armers, filled in some of those foot marks as the bowler's running in with the sickly looking green sawdust. So maybe having done that, I feel a little bit better about where he's running in. So Dale will start his 10th, 4th over of this spell, 2 for 25, his figures. And he's bowling now to Kame on 55, and delivery outside off stump, and there's no stroke from Harry Kame. It's just got a little bit brighter in the last few minutes, I think. Not massively so, but enough that you now can't see those shadows from the floodlights really at all. So we're certainly nowhere near the artificial light overtaking the natural light. As Kame waits, bat raised, as nearly everybody does now, for Dale to bowl, and it's worked away by Kame out towards forward square leg, and there's no run. I'm trying to think of somebody who doesn't wait with their bat
there aren't
raised.
many
Now
now,
there's almost nobody.
No, there aren't many now.
It's really became the fashion.
Yeah, it's almost a crossover from baseball, isn't it? Almost a crossover from baseball. I wonder if white ball cricket's got something to do with that. Balderdash on Twitter has been in touch. I'll perhaps touch on that in a moment. As Singdale, is it Singdale? It is Singdale bowls to Harry Kame. I've just got him in my head. Ajit Singdale pushed out to the offside. There's no run because Balderdash likes the look of him, Ajit Singdale. But he says the question is, why is George Scrimshaw never considered for first-class matches? It's not as if Derbyshire are overflowing with 90 miles an hour bowlers, which they're not. I don't think he's being risked in these first few rounds of matches because the T20 starts imminently. Singdale in and bowls to Harry Kame, who pushes that back at a square on the offside, and that is the only reason he did have he played his part in a 4-day second 11 game, but I would imagine that he was looked after. But the last thing Derbyshire want with the T20 coming up, I believe, in 8 days, is to lose George Scrimshaw, who was a huge part of last season's success in getting to the quarterfinals, if getting to the quarterfinals is a success. As Kame waits and defends this next delivery from Singdale out into the offside. Once again, he was the leading wicket taker. I think he equalled Ravi Rampal's, I'm fairly sure it was he who equalled Ravi Rampal's record number of wickets taken in a T20 competition for Derbyshire. So they're desperate to have him fit and firing. I have seen him bowling. He was here on Sunday, certainly, doing a bit of bowling out in the middle at lunchtime. So he is around and fit and raring to go, and I'd be surprised if we didn't see him in a couple of the second 11 T20 matches next week, as this is a full-ish delivery from Singdale and pushed up towards mid-on by Harry Kame. It ends a maiden over from Singdale. His first, in fact, 0 for 25 off 10 overs for him. 55 to Kame. Lewis Rees has faced just one delivery yet to get off the mark. Hope that answers your question, Balderdash, who is a very impressive Twitter feed to follow. He tweets some exceptionally amusing stuff, Balderdash. So I don't normally give recommendations, but on this occasion, I think it's worthwhile. It's at not DCFC Boss. That's Balderdash. Good to hear from you.
Taylor then into his 10th. Over the wicket he comes and bowls, and that's whipped away by Rees through wide mid-on. There'll be 2 runs here. I suspect that's probably all, even though De Lange's not in hot pursuit. They will respect the arm. And This time he's decided just to hold on to the ball. I saw James Bracey walking back to his mark, looking slightly disappointed. I think he was hoping to have something to do there. But De Lange's decided not to unleash the rocket arm that produced 4 overthrows in the first session. Just decided to hand the ball to Dale in the end. So 2 runs to Rees to get him off the mark. Next delivery, he's on driving. But this time, Ajit Singh Dale will field comfortably for no run. Yeah, I mean, Dale has been impressive this season especially, but there were certainly signs last season as well that Gloucestershire had a bit of a prospect on their hands. I mean, 18 wickets at a tick under 36 is, you know, it's for somebody bowling in their first season in Division 1 of the Championship as well, as Rees gets in behind that one, plays it up to the aforementioned for no run. I mean, it doesn't jump off the page immediately, but equally, for somebody who's trying to bowl fast as well, it's not just a case of the fact that he's up there trying to nibble the ball about, etc. He's trying to be a fast bowler.
Yeah.
It's not a it's not a bad start, and he certainly showed, for example, against Yorkshire, where he got a 4-foot at Bristol, that he certainly had something. As in comes Taylor, bowls, and that's angled away down towards third man by Rees. Charging after it is Dent. He's exceptionally quick and manages to get there and keep it down to 2 runs. Palms the ball back in for, I think that's Hammond, to send in, and Rees moves on to 4, 124 for 5. Foot race between Chris Dent and Graham Van Buren. I think Chris Dent would win it because he's got longer strides, but those two would probably be the quickest across the turf. Although actually, if you took the keeping pads off, I suspect James Bracey would come pretty close as well in terms of straight line speed. Taylor bowls back of a length. Rees had a think about having a go at that one and then just made sure he got his gloves out of the way of it, and it goes through to James Bracey. But he's exceptionally fast, is Dent. He's also apparently the best darts player on the team.
Which is probably the most important.
Well, it has been this season. Yeah. They've played more darts than they have cricket at cricket grounds this season. Got one of those portable darts boards that they take around with them. Apparently,
is it on like
Dent's
a stand?
Very good.
Then?
Yes, exactly, one of those ones.
Yeah.
Dent's very good. Who else do they say was particularly good? Well, I think Bracey as well.
I think they'll all be good by now.
But exactly. Apart from Van Buren, who admitted to me he's got a bit of dartitis by now. That's punched off the back foot by Rees. Pleasant shot, and he'll pick up at least 2. They might well get 3 here. Zafar isn't a slouch himself, and he's done very well there to keep that down to 2, because that ball nearly went out to the boundary. But he pivoted and threw. Not a very strong throw, but at the same time he got it away so quickly that they had to respect that and keep it to just the 2. So Rees has 6. He's made a bright start to his innings, 126 for 5, Derbyshire. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of sibling rivalry between the Prices as well when it comes to the darts, and perhaps between the Taylors today as well, with Jack.
Yeah.
Jack is here, but not in the 11 today. And I also heard from Adrian Bull, Gloucestershire scorer, that Zaman Akhtar, who'd been playing in the seconds, has already made his way up here, so he's effectively the 13th.
Wow, can't have too many. In comes Singh Dale bowling to Harry Kamer, gets a full-length delivery on leg stump, and he clips it away nicely out towards the square leg boundary. Marchant De Lange runs around once again from a long leg to do the fielding, and 2 more to Kamer. He moves on to 57, 128 for 5. We've got a dartboard in our kitchen at home, so myself and Charlie occasionally have a go, but it was very exciting 2 years ago when we moved into the house. We were playing it all the time, but it's sort of worn off a bit now.
I imagine the darts ball probably has as well.
Yeah, well, I've only had to repair the wall a few times with little holes that the darts have made when people have missed the board and the surround. It's slightly irritating. Singh Dale is in a short delivery, ducked underneath it, Harry Kane. One for the over, says umpire Bainton. So yeah, it's a fun game that you can play with all the family. We've got one of the a mat which has got the markings on as well for how far back you should stand. So
Oh,
it's all
okay, yeah.
very professional
Yeah.
setup in the kitchen.
It's a bit like when I was playing kitchen cricket as a child. I had a sort of stuffed toy rattlesnake, which was the boundary. It made quite a nice boundary.
Yeah. Short, I imagine, but this next delivery again is turned into the leg side by Harry Kane. He wants two here. Delanga has got to the ball and hurls it in now, but Harry Kane is quick. And he gets back for two more, moves on to 59, and it's 130 for 5.
Run's just beginning to move along again after quite a quiet period after tea. Not immediately concerning for Gloucestershire, having picked up the 2 wickets. Matt Taylor having picked up the 2 wickets, but imagine they'd just be a little bit, not really concerned, but just be noticing that the runs are beginning to flow a little bit.
Singdale bowls wide of the off stump and came moves his bat out of the way and allows it to go through to Bracey. I have no further information than what it says on my screen. Worcestershire 150 for 6, leading Glamorgan by 1. That's in the second innings. There's a delay for an injury. Quite what that is, I'm not entirely certain clearly at this point. Yorkshire 51 for 3 now. They lead Durham by 78 at Chester Street, and Sussex at 262 for 4 now. Against Leicestershire, it seems that Steve Smith's the only batsman who had any trouble scoring runs at Grace Road, as that one is allowed to go through to the keeper by Harry Kane. And Notts, having bowled Northamptonshire out for 158 in the first division, are 80 for 3 themselves at Wantage Road. So a little bit of a tricky track there, it seems.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mini collapse, I suppose. 3 wickets. I'm not sure that can quite warrant the term collapse, but
Plenty more
they were
collapse
58
available.
for 1. 58 for 1 to 67 for 3.
Yeah, that's a collapse. Good to hear. Good to hear. In comes Singdale again. It's pushed out into the offside by Harry Kane on this occasion. And there is no run. End of the over. Kane 59, Reece 6, 130 for 5.
Do you think they can move the first test to Grace Road?
That'd be useful, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
why not?
That would be useful.
And I think there'd be a lot of county fans who would be quite happy to see that. I'm not sure where they put all the spectators. Maybe they could do what they used to do and have them all
Sit on
round
the
the
grass.
boundary.
Yeah,
because
sit
there's
on the
so
grass.
much, exactly, there's so much room there. They could probably have about 10,000 people just on the playing surface around the boundary. I'm sure that wouldn't cause any issues at all with health and safety, etc.
No, they'd be fine with that,
Yeah.
wouldn't they? Yeah.
Change of bowling. Matt Taylor is done for now. Trying to keep his spells fairly short. I'd imagine this first game back in the first team anyway from injury with 2 5-over spells, but he has been probably the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers so far, and Dale would have a case as well. But it's Tom Price returning, having his second spell from this end as we look at it. He's in now to bowl to Reece. Reece defends away calmly into the offside, and there is no run. Notice that they are finally due to resume at Canterbury, which I'm sure will come as great relief to Kent fans. I'm sure they would have been delighted to get back on and see some cricket at 5:15 in the evening when Hampshire have almost overtaken Kent's first innings total of 95 and they've still got 10 wickets
I
left.
looked at that and thought they can't have played much, they can't have played at all.
Price bowls full, dug out by Reece back to the bowler.
Because I think they were 89 without loss overnight,
Yeah,
weren't
yeah.
they? Yeah,
I
so
don't
it's
think
only
they've played
just
at all
getting
today.
underway. Yeah, it says in play on my screen, but it still says injury at New Road.
I bet Kevin James is
no, they're back
absolutely
underway.
delighted with that. A 5:15 start would be just what Kevin James wants.
Got a message off Kev this morning.
Tom Price bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Reece. He tries to jab that one away into the covers, doesn't get much on it, and it's fielded by Harris there for no addition to the score.
They'll be up here 2 weeks on Monday. Or is it a week on Monday? No, 2 weeks on Monday for the game between the Vipers and the Blaze, which which is part of a double header. I think they're going off here for bad light, you know.
They're just having a look at the
Yeah,
ball.
well, they're having a chat. I thought it had got brighter, but I think it's got brighter because the artificial light has taken over. Yeah, and they are going off for bad light. That's disappointing, isn't it? But understandable. So bad light strikes with still 24.3 overs remaining, and Derbyshire 130 for 5. Harry came on 59, Lewis Rees on 6. And not a major surprise. I was genuinely going to say I think it's getting brighter, but it clearly isn't getting brighter. I don't think there's any rain in the air. It's very difficult to see here.
Yeah,
Derby.
every time you look out
It isn't,
to the trees,
yeah.
it looks as if it is, and then you look somewhere else and it isn't.
I don't think there is. They usually look to the roof of the East Midlands demolition stand over there, which is the only roof in the entire ground covering spectators. Nobody's got any umbrellas up. They don't look particularly warm out there, to be fair.
I think some people have had enough, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's not raining, but it is dark. And they've gone off for bad light, which is disappointing, but as I say, at the same time, entirely understandable. Derbyshire, 130 for 5. There are still 24 overs and 3 balls to be bowled today, but whether or not we get any or some of those, I'm not entirely sure. The umpires, Neil Bainton and Jack Chantry, have summoned Neil Godrich to the middle, and Neil is already got his head buried in his apps on his phone about the weather. I think it's coming from the northeast today. It was certainly it is, judging by the flags on the members' pavilion. So it's coming from our left, which is unusual because the weather normally comes from the west, which is to our right. And there is some brightness out there, so I wouldn't give up hope completely of there being further play today. And when there is further play, we will return because we're contractually obliged to. Derbyshire, at the moment, though, having lost the toss, Gloucestershire putting them into bat. Gloucestershire already picked up their first bowling bonus point. Derbyshire 130 for 5. We'll hopefully see you before tomorrow morning. The weather tomorrow, incidentally, much, much better. So we might get a full day's cricket. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.